Hello. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of the NABC. We'll be, I think, by myself this morning. I don't know if someone else is going to come on. Maybe we will see Larry or Danny joining me, but that is yet to be determined. We have some exciting matches available today, and I suspect, okay, I'm pretty sure we're going to have every match that is currently taking place on one of the things. Oh, hello. Hey, good morning, Rusty. All right, I'm gonna leave up the little blocker thing right now. I have been getting some private messages from BBO members now that I guess people have been hanging out and watching our coverage. But we have Leibowitz against Goodman. I have the feeling that that could be another runaway match for Leibowitz. Can we hover? Yeah, so Goodman does have some strong players on it, but I still feel like Leibowitz just has a much stronger team, especially the Medalla build-up partnership is going to be quite good. Hello, Elo. Good to see you. I have not played Hanabi in a very long time, but glad to have you chilling and hanging out. Kind regards to you and all of the crew that plays. Bremark against Street. This is a match that I probably wouldn't want to watch, but is likely to be a pretty good one. I know Craig expressed his discontent for watching any of the Street matches. But Fleischer against Moyles will be another battle among... I mean, obviously, Moyles has some foreign players, but a lot of Americans as well, or players that are familiar to Americans, Joe Grubab Moss and Fleischer. We've already seen them earlier. I think they're still one of my picks to do quite well in the event. Hans against Zimmerman will be a fun match, although this could be another complete blowout. I think Zimmerman easily could run away with that one. But anyway... so that's what we have available, waiting for VuGraph to get started. I am going to set up a prediction before I forget. Okay, which match do we want to watch today? Maybe we'll start with Zimmerman Hans. I know we watched a lot of Hans yesterday, but... And I also think that a lot of my Aussie Kiwi viewers are going to be either asleep or not around at this time. So maybe it would be better to catch up on that match later today. But we could start with that one. You know, maybe we'll actually start on the Leibowitz match. Because if I'm right that that one's going to get out of hand, we may as well catch the early stages of it, since then we won't really want to watch it later during the day. So let's see. It was Leibowitz against Goodman. Let me confirm that. Yeah, Leibowitz against Goodman. So I think that's the one that we want to watch. Oh, also, I'm just going to use my own chat commands because I don't remember where the convention cards are for all the players. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. No, you know what? Don't correct me if I'm wrong. It doesn't matter. I'll wait until the actual segment starts before putting up a prediction, just to make sure that we're into the same table. Using a chat command is better than bookmarking the link. That's right. I'm getting more of these Twitch points from having people like myself interact with my own channel. Twitch is going to tell me at the end of the year, hey, you had like 5 million chat comments, and most of them were from me. As usual, a little bit of a delay in getting things started early in the morning. So I was in Atlanta once. It would have been 2013. Yeah, must have been 2013 for the Nationals. Was that the last time they had in Atlanta? I know they have like a generally rotating like 6 or 7 year thing where they have like 20 or so different venues. It must have then been they had one in like 2018 or something as well. Any minute now. I'm sure we're just ready to get started. that was actually hilarious that we summoned the ghost of Larry Cohen the other day. I don't know if anyone was there for that or any of the morning viewers were here, but I think it was during the 4th segment. Craig was talking about the law of total tricks, and I warned him that Larry might be summoned, and indeed he was. Oh, but now that I have remembered to put up the prediction, I don't need to have something that says I have forgotten to put up a prediction. Excellent. That was like a notepad for myself. Oh, what we got? We got quarterfinals, semifinals, finals, so 3 more days, and then I have a day off, and then I'll be back Saturday, Sunday for the Risinger. This feels like a much shorter event than the Bermuda Bowl, maybe because it is a much shorter event than the Bermuda Bowl. I felt like the Bermuda Bowl, I was here for like 2 weeks straight, no breaks. Although they were only playing 3 sets a day, as opposed to 4. So maybe a little bit different. As I was scrolling through the bridge, okay, hold on. Since obviously we're never going to get tables actually in play. As I was scrolling through the list of like current participants, I mean, so apparently Fred Pollock is doing the best in the bracket challenge. But I got down to myself and I noticed that David Berkowitz had filled out a bracket. And I was like, oh, of course, like David Berkowitz's bracket is not doing so hot, just like mine, because he probably picked himself to win. And then when I pulled up his bracket, I noticed that he picked his team to lose in the first round. He was on Levine, and he had himself losing to Zhang immediately. What a troll. Well, I'll have to ask him next time I see him. Supposedly he was watching my Bermuda Bowl commentary. I don't imagine that he's going to be watching my NABC commentary. He's probably committed to playing. but that's really funny. We're getting close to like 10 minutes in. I feel like we're going to jump into the tables and then they're going to have played like 3 or 4 boards already. It feels like they start up the VooGraph broadcasts and the players have been there for a while, but the VooGraph broadcasts have not. Which I'm not sure I understand this setup. Most places, they have the VooGraph tables open for like 5 or 10 minutes before the players get there. They get all of the names in, they have the first board ready, and then play starts after a few minutes. Yeah, I think today's match, Hans against Zimmerman, is going to be pretty big for whoever wins that one. I don't remember who their next match is. So this is the quarterfinals. Oh, they would play against Leibowitz, the winner of Leibowitz-Goodman. Yeah, I believe I picked Zimmerman over Hans. No one hate me. None of the Australasians hanging out hate me for that. I just think Zimmerman is way too strong of a team. I feel like, though, if I wanted to do well in the bracket thing, maybe I should have picked Fleischer to win the whole thing. Because I think they have a good chance, and they look quite strong. They, took out Nickel the first day, and then won their match yesterday. So they should be a contender. I don't think any of the other teams on that side of the bracket looks all that challenging to me, at least from that level of play. So feeling pretty good about my finals prediction, Fleischer against Zimmerman. Oh no, Ewan, I'm sorry. Playing some soccer. Man, I love soccer. Soccer's totally my favorite sport, but do not get a lot of chance to play nowadays. Well, I hope you feel better soon. They used to have live video footage for the matches, but it doesn't seem to be the case for tournaments nowadays. I was told that the ACBL has a live stream of the matches. I don't know where that is, but I think my YouTube feed actually had a bunch of it had linked me to like the ACBL like YouTube channel, and they might be streaming it there. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah, the NABCI. Oh, it's not happening this year? I was told that the ACBL would have one. I assumed it was that. Okay, searching for this is not going the way I want. Wait, ACBL Bridge is Marksman. It looks like. Or at least he has videos on that channel. I don't see it on their page. Okay, it's also like almost 10:15 here. We're like 15 minutes past game time. Is there... Hold on. Is there a different start time today? No. Yeah, it looks like the NABC iChannel doesn't have the live feeds. They might be putting up a video feed, but it looks like it's delayed. I mean, their videos from the summer NABC look like they're about a month late. You think it's a delay because of anti-cheat? Well, it's already delayed by 30 minutes. Like, the round started 45 minutes ago. So the players have already been playing for 45 minutes. And normally the VU graph will just be delayed by 30 minutes. But it's possible, if they're duping all the boards, that that's what's taking so long today. That maybe they're having some difficulties with the duplication. I don't know. Well, we're here. And that means I get to hang out with chat more, as opposed to just like mindlessly saying dumb things. Am I going to use video on BBO in addition to streaming here? Yeah, so what I've been doing is I'm doing the VU graph broadcast, and so I will be broadcasting to all the BBO viewers, but my stream will still be up, and there's not going to be a ton of interaction between myself and you all, the chat, while the matches are going on, because I'm going to be mostly focused on doing my commentary. But you can @ me and ask questions, and if there's something relevant, I tend to bring it up on the broadcast. And of course, you can talk with all the other viewers and ask questions to them, or talk about the hands, or talk about cats or something, because now that word's unbanned in my channel. So a whole bunch of options. I just figured it would be more fun. Also, I found that when I was doing the broadcasts for like the Bermuda Bowl and other things, I was getting pretty good feedback from like the Twitch and YouTube viewers in terms of audience interaction, and people were actually asking useful questions. So I asked BBO if it was okay for me to stream as well as doing their official broadcast, and they gave me the okay. This is the slowest start ever. It's gonna be like noon, and no one's gonna have VU graph coverage. Let's see. So Dwyer ended up winning the open Border match. Oh, well, that's a load of crap. They don't even have a sponsor on the team. Of course they won. That's just not even fair. Absolutely do not need permission from Twitch anymore. Twitch updated their multi-streaming terms after they got a lot of flack from it for other platforms. Like YouTube didn't have any cross-streaming restrictions. Facebook didn't have any cross-streaming restrictions. And so a lot of the bigger streamers were going over to those platforms because Twitch was kind of locking down their service. So about a month ago, maybe, Twitch, that's nice of Twitch, yes, yeah. it wasn't just a marketing choice. It was they were trying to be humanitarian for once, I'm sure. But yeah, we're also a little bit too small for Twitch to care about what we did. I totally made a mistake by not asking Twitch previously for the Bermuda Bowl. No one tell them. But yeah, I forgot to get permission. In the past, they would give you permission if you asked. Like a lot of the, I mean, I don't watch a ton of stuff, but a lot of the chess streams that I saw were being broadcast on both Twitch and YouTube to those channels. So my guess is if I had asked them about the Bermuda Bowl, they would have given permission to stream on both Twitch and YouTube. I just didn't actually realize it was a problem before. And then I saw an announcement about how multi-streaming was now allowed, and I'm like, oh, this is great. It's now 20 minutes past the official start time. 50 minutes the players have already been playing for. We'll wait. I mean, hopefully it comes up soon. Wait, what is this? Oh no. Well, I'm like perusing bridge winners. I never go on bridge winners, mostly because like I don't play anymore. But I just noticed this article by an old teammate of Bjorn Felenius, Peter Frieden. He has passed away. All right. Surely sometime soon, we're gonna be able to get some actual bridge content in here. Some of these articles are hilarious. Someone's been talking about trying to optimize the elevator usage. All right, thanks for letting me know. Glitch in the system, wrong boards being uploaded, so gonna be late starting. I believe them. It very much is late starting. I unfortunately can't. I mean, we could do some bidding problems while we wait. The issue is how. Okay, let's see. Because I think normally, like, I would just vote on the right side here, and then it would like give you a new problem over here. Is there a way to get it like larger than just the right side? I don't know. Right side is fine. Okay, we can just look at the right side and do some bidding problems. I need to hold on. Okay, that was successful. Now I can keep track of when VuGraph tables get started on my screen while we do some mindless bidding. Like, I mean, I could click on this and that would take me to the thing. I just which is, I guess, fine. I would prefer this view if I could like then suddenly go to the next hand immediately after. I know there's like a big black bar on the screen. Hopefully everyone's fine with this. 2 diamonds by our partner, weak. 3 spades on our right. We have this decision. It is imps, both vulnerable, 20-point victory scale. Kind of nice abstain bid. Would you like one of these cards in your bidding box for any auction? You just get like a joker, right? You're like, hey, I don't want to make this bid. Let's pull a panel. You could use a lifeline in real life. That would actually be pretty funny. If there was like a legitimate lifeline you could use once per session. Pull an expert. I mean, I think on this one, a lot of it depends on your partner's week 2 style. Like, if our partner might be completely broke, I would probably pass. I don't know. I'm just going to click on the double button. What's the alternative? I mean, we can't bid 4 hearts. Yeah, this is gonna be like very incompatible. We'll just vote on the right side of the screen as we load the bridge problems. Why is this so slow? Is it because I have like 150 tabs open? It might be because of that. All right. What's happened so far? Our left-hand opponent opened a club. Partner overcalled a heart. Pass on our right. We passed. Reopening double. Pass, pass. Well, I mean, there's only really 2 options, but I see no reason whatsoever to pull this. Yeah, I mean, so redouble could, in theory, produce a better result if we're still allowed to play the contract. Now, we might have to go a level higher, but something that I'm noticing is that we're favorable and the opponents are unfavorable. And with us having 4 high cards, partner overcalling a heart, and then not taking another call, the opponents are making a game. I think I'm willing to risk like scoring minus 300 here against the opponent's game. It's imps, right? At match points, this might be a little bit of a different decision, because if we end up going for 800, it's not so bad, right? Minus 800 at imps, the opponents make a game, we lose 5, so what? We go minus 500, they make a game, we win 3. Not a large swing. What I don't want to do is redouble and run to the 2 level, possibly in diamonds, for example, and then just end up taking the same tricks, but 1 level higher. Or, you know, potentially just letting them bid their game. I think I'm content. Partners overcalled a heart. I don't see any reason to do anything about this. I'm going to vote. Oh, so we get to see what percentage of people took our action. Okay, interesting. Can I click on this? Okay, here we go. Yeah, so we do get to see which players did what thing. I actually kind of like the 1 spade bid as opposed to redouble if you're planning to run. I don't really see a lot of good players to compare with, so it's a little bit random, some of these polls, you know. If generally I'd say you want to follow certain people and vote in their polls because you get a bunch of really strong player responses. But here I don't really see a lot of players that I would like justify as like, this is the person I really want to be making these bidding decisions. Anyway, some votes for pass, some votes for redouble. I've kind of expressed my thoughts on it. All right, what happened on this one? Partner opens a spade. 4 diamonds by East, pass. 5 diamonds, partner doubles. Well, double is just card showing. I think I would like to know a little bit about the opponents on this one, where if the opponents are frequently gonna be hyper-aggressive preemptors, like we saw, for example, from the Wibbly-Edgerton partnership yesterday, then I would probably just pass here. But I think against most opponents, I would pull this double to 5 spades. I have a couple of fitting cards with partner, the Queen of Hearts and the Ace of Clubs. I do have a spade fit. And I don't think I'm getting rich against 5 diamonds doubled. This would be a little bit of a more tricky problem at match points. I think at match points I would pass, but at imps I think I'm going to trot out 5 spades. This could be very anti-field. I could definitely see that. A lot of people say that the 5 level is for the opponents. 7%. Well, that doesn't make me feel great. Lots of passes. Looks like we were wrong on this one. Pass is pretty clear, I suppose. All right, 1 diamond by partner. 4 hearts by East. Everyone just asks imp problems. Imps are no fun. I don't know how to bid imps. Why is anyone watching me bid imps? It's because we have nothing else to do for a while. The VuGraph tables are still not up. Yeah, this problem is by Gans. I think it's trying to pick out people that are like on my friends list or something. Red and blue card every time. A diamond, 4 hearts. Our bid. Imps again. Like, maybe I should just pretend every hand's match points. I have the feeling that I would do a lot better in my bidding if I just ignored the fact that it's imps all the time. Real issue is I've just never played like a serious team event in like 8 years at this point, so it's hard for me to figure out what I'm supposed to be bidding. A diamond, 4 hearts. I mean, I guess we bid 5 diamonds here. This one I'm actually somewhat confident about. We have shortness in the opponent's suit. We don't have a spade fit. We have support for partner, and they might be making 4 hearts. So if 5 diamonds doesn't get doubled, and I don't think 5 diamonds will get doubled most of the time, we're going to be in good shape. Wow, 13%. I'm really not doing great with any of these hands. Everyone's passing. Okay, but hold on, important question. Do we have good players passing? We have Aaron Silverstein. Okay, I buy it. I mean, pass second choice. Still don't hate 5 diamonds. It could work out badly. Obviously, if West is doubling or left-hand opponent doubles, it's really bad. All right, what have we got here? This is not someone on my friends list. Rod Rourke. 2 no trump pass. 20 to 21. 5 no? We play Gerber, so Gerber? Oh, we play Gerber. Is that what we want, though? Don't we want to find a 4-4 diamond fit if possible? Like, we have 13. We're not off 2 aces. We could be off a cashing ace-king, but there's not much we can do about that. I mean, we are forcing to slam. Oh, is 5 no quant to, like, 7? 5 no might be quant to 7. Alright, fine. Then I guess we just did 6 no. %. What were the other choices? Yeah, I don't see any reason to bid Gerber. Does anyone worthwhile use bridge winners these days? I haven't seen a single person that I really want to follow on any of these auctions. Maybe 1 or 2. Anyway, match points. Ah, yes, my jam. Oh God, no, not my jam. We have 6-6 in the minors. A diamond, 2 diamonds. Wait. A diamond's precision, 2 diamonds was natural. Double shows 4 spades. I've been forced to make all of these calls already. What was a diamond 2 no then? Well, anyway, a diamond, 2 diamonds. If only Kit voted in bridge winners polls. Yeah, Kit's actually pretty good. I think he might explode if he spent all of that time analyzing every single poll the way he does all of his other decisions. But yeah, he would be a good person to follow. All right, what's going on here? We do have a Kit Woolsey article. I haven't read these in a while, and those used to be fun. It's not always like the most practical. A lot of the things he discusses are very fantasy land, but I think they're generally good stories. I enjoyed reading them. All right, we'll do one more poll, and then we'll check the Kit Woolsey article. We still don't have any VuGraph tables up, unfortunately. Diamond, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, like responsive double by partner, something like that. 3 hearts, 4 clubs, 4 hearts, 5 diamonds. I really don't understand the question. I'm just gonna pass. Like, I really don't get the question on that one. Anyway. Ooh, look at this. We have a Brian Platnick poll. Maybe we should actually do this one. Am I following Brian? I'm not. That's okay. He doesn't need any more friends. I'm south, so right-hand opponent opened a club. We passed. We passed. What a chicken. 1 heart by left-hand opponent. 1 spade, 2 spades. Match points. Yuck. I mean, I probably lead a diamond. He says one spade could be balanced. So East has only showed any hand with 4 spades. Yeah, it seems natural to... Oh. Okay. Al Hollander has said that play is moving forward, but the VuGraph broadcast is having some issues. Serious snafu. Yes, those were the exact terms. Serious snafu. What's my lead? I mean, honestly, any suit other than a club could be right. I don't think I'm going to lead a spade from ace-10 doubleton. That feels like a little bit much. It's between the red suits. Heart might be a little bit safer. But this is an auction where partner has a lot of values. I think I just want to get a diamond rough if partner has a doubleton diamond. They don't say what spot card to lead. So I will click on my 4th best diamond. 41%. Oh. Well, okay, so 100% of the field led a diamond, but some of them have chosen 5th best and some have chosen 4th best. That's fair. A couple of players led hearts, including a... Oh, did they end up winning yesterday? Well, if they didn't win, then Pearl Cullen can't be trusted. I think they were on Nadenbelt, is that correct? I don't remember what team they were on. What is this nonsense? Michael Rosenberg has chosen the 2nd best heart for his opening lead. That's a good one. Okay, but like most of the field led a diamond, which makes sense to me. All right, let's check out the Kate Woolsey article. Here, now I can remove this. Let me move me a little bit as well. Okay, hold on. We have a table up. Kit Woolsey article can wait. Yeah, just in time to save us from the Kit Woolsey nonsense. Here we go. So I wanted to do... who do I have written down? Leibowitz against Goodman. How do we feel about doing Leibowitz against Goodman? I'm going to click on this. Oh, well, you know what? Can't even do any commentary. There are no buttons over here. So I guess we're into this. I've also spat on my screen. Yeah, let me like wipe that off a little bit. There we go. All right. The screen has been unspitified. There's 36 boards loaded into the segment as well. Uh-oh. And there's also, like, various comparisons from the other table. This is going to go great. Well, I do not have any snafu indeed, yes. Hopefully they'll get this all fixed. Well, that was fast. I don't even know what happened. 5 imps to a Moyles. Oh, this is going quickly. Six imps to a Moyles. They're killing it. They're just gonna speedrun until they catch up? Yeah, probably. Alright, this is the only table in play though. Currently. So Craig and I are familiar with the South player. He was also helping me out a little bit in my job search early on, Franco Baseggio. I did not realize, oh god, nope, never mind. We're done. Good try, team. We almost had a match running. Quite an interesting hand, that board, too. So what happened in the other room? Ah, we can't see. I wanted to see the auction. Because here, a heart passed 2 hearts, North bid 3 hearts. Looks like Michael's for them. And South, obviously the King, Queen, 5th of hearts is wasted, but does have Ace, 3rd of spades. He elected to bid only 3 spades, and that was successful. Kit's Corner shut down the VU graph. It might have. Come on. Just any sort of broadcast would be good. That's all I'm hoping for. You know, it's even worse than that day at the Bermuda Bowl where, like, the entirety of BBO got, like, shut down or something, and there were, like, the internet went out, where they still had, like, live scores running, and they would still show us the boards, so we could look at the hand diagrams at least and speculate about what was going on. But not today. We don't have any of that. Well, Moyle's off to a good start. They're up 11. Nationals used to be either longer or shorter. In the entirety, so the fall nationals have changed a lot since I stopped playing because they added this big team event and they've restructured the whole thing. But I think the nationals for the entirety of my career, which would have started in 2009, have always been the same length. They've always started on the, well, for the fall nationals, like the Friday after Thanksgiving, and then run through the following Sunday. And basically all of the nationals have been these 10-day events. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then a full week. Because they tend to have a 7-day team event and then one other 3-day event, I believe is the way that it tends to work out. But I don't know what happened before 2009. I'm pretty sure those years don't even exist. Certainly not on my calendar. Is it back to Bridge Winners time? I think it's back to Bridge Winners time. Alright, so let's see. I do this, and then do this, and perfect. Now I can see if the VU graph pops up. And we can head back to inducing a duck. You're not as clever as you thought. That's okay. That's how I feel on a daily basis. Right, where were we? Let's get rid of this, move me again. Here we go. In a quarter-final match for USA 1 in the open trials, you have to decide whether or not to commit a multi. Opponent's vulnerable as north, we hold this. We choose to treat this as a weak 2. You can open multi 2 diamonds. Why is... Okay, anyway. You can open multi 2 diamonds. 5-card suit will not be a surprise. He will think you're more likely to have 5 than 6. Your call. Have we talked through our opening bid style? Because could this be a 1-heart bid? That's my only question. Even playing later than normal opening bids, his hand does not qualify for a 1-heart opener. Wow. Kit, in his old age, is unable to open a 9 count. Okay. Proper valuation is like a 10 to 12 no trump, playing strength with the 2 aces, good 5-card suit, blah, 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 blah. Unfortunately, the USBF follows the ACBL rules that opening 1 no trump with fewer than 10 points is flat out illegal. Whoa! So this is why the New Zealand pair yesterday wasn't allowed to play their variable no trump ranges. I see. Yeah, the ACBL is just taking all the fun out of bridge. How far off is multi? I mean, not at all. Hand looks okay. Partner won't be playing you for this much. Yes, you might miss a game. Other than that, the extra ace, blah, 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 blah. Key is the vulnerability. At this vulnerability, it turns out, okay, we open multi. 2 diamonds, partner bids 2 hearts, pass or correct, and that's it. You played against Kid in the old days, neither of you have changed much. That's true. I don't expect Kit would have opened this a heart anyway. Can I bid 2 no as a weak 2 but balanced? Just in case partner wants to pass. Alright. East plays the 8 of clubs. Do I win or duck? What? I'm sorry, hello? Is this a real question? All right, let's go to the next page. I'm sure that Kit has, wait, what was the lead? West leads the 10 of clubs. Okay, East plays the 8. Okay, do we win or duck? I mean, still, is this a real question? It's clear clubs are 3-2. East would not have squandered the 8. Blah, 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 blah. Much as you might like to keep communications, you can't afford to duck. West can continue club. Blah. Okay, great. We win the ace of clubs. How do we begin? Well, we got 1 club, 1 or 2 spades, 1 or 2 diamonds, at least 1 heart. Probably pull trumps, yeah? Which honor you lead may make a difference. If you lead the 10, West will cover from any 2 or 3 card holding if he can, which is basically what I want. You'll be forced to win. If you lead a heart to the 8, the opponents will duck, and your communication to draw trumps will be awkward. Who cares? You would much prefer that West doesn't cover, so it looks better to lead the 8 to induce a duck. Why is this true? Nope, disagree. Okay, moving on. In addition, if West has king, queen third, or king, queen fourth, he has a real reason to duck. Yes, that's true. Okay, maybe this is a fair point, that leading the 8 could just score the first round of trumps if West has king, queen third, or king, queen fourth. We lead the 10, West covers the king, you win the ace, he's playing the 2, what next? Let's continue pulling trumps. Okay, heart to the 8. East plays the 6, our 8 holds, West plays the 5, what next? Well, looks natural to set up clubs, so I think we do that. You would like to duck a club, but we can't. West might have started king, queen, fourth, blah, 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 blah. King of club, great. King of clubs, lead a 3rd round, both opponents follow. On the 3rd round, West discards the 4 of spades as East wins. East shifts to the 10 of spades. What do we play? Well, we've got king third, opposite too small. It's possible we should play low here. No. Might as well play the king. Ace could be on side. Exactly. I think playing low would only help if East then got cold feet and switched to diamonds. But that feels a little bit unlikely. Especially when the 10 of spades holds. That feels like a really weird decision. Alright, king of spades. West wins the ace, cashes the jack, and leads the 8. What do we do? Presumably ruff and continue trumps. We cannot afford to ruff high. Well, that's clear. You have to ruff small. That's okay. East follows with the queen of spades. What next? Still have to get rid of the enemy small trump. The diamonds can wait. You lead the jack of hearts. East wins. Pitch a club. West discards the 9. East exits with the 7 of hearts. Aha. Well, I think it's pretty clear the king of diamonds is on side. And if it's not on side, we can't make the contract, right? Because East would have tapped us in spades if the spades weren't 5-3. So West still has a good spade to take. How many tricks do we have, by the way? We've taken 4 hearts. We've taken 2 clubs, and we have the diamond ace. Yeah, so we just need the king of diamonds on side. It doesn't matter what we discard. My long club isn't doing any good. I mean, like, it's sure, but like we could pitch a low diamond and lead a low diamond to the queen. Discard a club, West discards the jack of diamonds, you win dummies 9, how do you handle the diamonds? Blah, 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 blah. Everyone's down to 3 diamonds. Wait, why is everyone down to 3 diamonds? Yes, wait a minute. If West has the king of diamonds, he had no reason to defend this way. He could have simply held on to his spade. Okay. Ace of diamonds, diamond to the queen. Great. How was the defense? I don't know. That's an interesting question. So 10 of clubs. Oh, this is, let's go trick by trick. 10 of clubs, we won the ace. We led the 10 of hearts, covered heart to the 8, which held king of clubs, club, 10 of spades to the king and ace. Oh, I forgot West had pitched a spade on the 3rd round of clubs. Jack of spades, spade, heart. East is in, plays back a heart. Ace of diamonds, diamond to the queen, and we're all good. Great. How was the defense? Well, I don't think they could have... Well, they certainly couldn't have done better the way that we played it. I don't know if maybe they could have given us a bit of a better guess on some of these. Opening lead was reasonable. Defenders handled the spade suit well. West was correct to discard the spade. If he holds on to it, there's no way Declara could ever go wrong in diamonds. Okay, true, but also there's never... Good analysis, Kit. You're doing great. Keep it up, friend. Was the 2 hearts passer correct call right? By South? I don't understand why not. I mean, I'm not a multiplayer. Game is out of the picture. Partner could have a 5-card suit. Blah, 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 blah. The other table, East-West did get to 2 spades. Over that, South went on to 3 clubs, losing 5 tricks. It's interesting to see the effect the ambiguous multi-opener can have on the auction. If North had passed, East-West would almost certainly have reached 2 spades, which would make easily. Also, if a weak 2 heart opening got passed around to West, he would probably balance with 2 spades. Yeah, look at that. Exactly. Although this kind of feels a little bit random, because if you flip the East and West hands, then a 2 heart opener also might have passed out, whereas the 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, pass. Now East is the one in the balancing seat and would be able to bid 2 spades. So I think that is really just a 50-50. Yeah, I mean, in this case, West is the one with the long spade suit, but if East had it, then they would have been the one who kind of gets frozen out over 2 heart opener. Cool. Thanks, Kit. Nice article. We still don't have bridge, like, up the VU graph at all. Do we have scores? I would have thought it was hilarious if they had first quarter results posted, and yet we haven't seen any of the sets. Okay, well, matches. I didn't expect Braymark to do so well. Not really sure why. I mean, it felt like they were a middling squad coming out of the Swiss. I've always felt their team has been, like, pretty average in these events, where, you know, most matches are effectively like a 50-50 between them and their opponents, and winning a bunch of these coin flips is pretty difficult. But they have made it all the way to the quarterfinals. Yeah, Braymark had to take down Nadenbelt. Now, Nadenbelt, let me take a look at the results from yesterday, right? Because Nadenbelt, I think it's been pretty clear based on their round of 32 result, right? They were down 9, down 13 against Rippy, which, not a super weak team, but probably not one of the front runners in the event, and they played pretty close. It looks like Nadenbelt, the sponsor, is a little bit weaker. They had a pretty bad first couple of sets and then made a big comeback, but it was not enough. Amoyles did well, so Juster ended up taking down, where is it, Bailey, the 6th seed, in their first round. And so then Amoyles came back and defeated them in a very close match yesterday. Obviously, we saw the Hans Levine match from yesterday's set. Is this the highest scoring match? Yes. Barely, though. Wait. No, Braymark against Nadenbelt was higher scoring. Nope, incorrect. Lower scoring by 1. I can't add. But yeah, Hans Levine, highest scoring match, although it was somewhat close with a couple of the other teams. So Leibowitz against Goodman. Predictions. I still predict Leibowitz is going to have a strong showing in that matchup. Braymark against Street could go either way. I feel like Street often does quite well in some of these events. I think I recall them winning, maybe not exactly the same team, but a bunch of these players winning one of these big team events a few years back. Fleischer and Moyles, still of the belief Fleischer is one of the front runners to win this whole thing. So I believe they're going to take care of Moyles, no problem. And then Hans Zimmerman. This is a match that could kind of go either way. If in the first couple of sets Hans gets out to a huge lead because Zimmerman is not able to deal with some of the kind of wild swinging that Whibley and Edgerton do, then I could see Hans taking the match. But I think if the first couple of sets are relatively even in terms of imps, then Zimmerman's going to have a good chance, because all the players on Zimmerman will be familiar with the reputation of the Kiwis, and then they won't really have a problem. Look at that gray scale picture of Kalita. I just noticed this. That everyone else feels like they were actually born in the 20th century, and Kalita is like, yeah, let me just put up my portrait from like the 1880s. I don't think he's that old, but maybe could have gotten a better photo. Well, still no Vugraf. I really don't know what to do about this. Apologies for everyone who came here to watch something other than what's been going on for the past 15 minutes. Or hour, I guess. Yeah, God, it's like 11:05 a.m. right now. I don't know. Let's do some more bidding problems, yeah? This'll be fun. Liam Milna. This is the Aussie guy. British professional and Australian open level international. Yeah, that's him. Imps. No more imps, man. East-west vulnerable. So we open a heart. 2 diamond overcall on our left. Partner doubles. Negative. Pass back to us. I mean, probably 3 clubs, right? I don't think we're good enough to bid 3 diamonds. Oh my God, 3 clubs is not even a jump. I'm losing my mind. So then maybe we do have to bid 3 diamonds with this hand. Three diamonds will allow our partner to bid 3 hearts with a doubleton. And if partner doesn't, then we can pull 3 no to 4 clubs. Or we could pull 3 spades to 4 clubs. And I think this is going to be the most efficient way of making sure we get to the right strain. We might be too high, but that's okay. Those things happen, right? We can't always get to the best possible contract on every board. I think at imps, we just have to go fishing for game. So 3 diamonds makes sense to me. 13%. But what is the popular bid? I mean, alternative, I guess, could be like 4 clubs. Wow, lots of 3 club bidders. 3 diamonds. Oh, we have Aaron Silverstein again. Oh God, I didn't mean to click on things. I'm just highlighting. No. Back. Okay, so what was the split here? Did anyone good bid 3 clubs? Hold on a second. Who is this Brad Johnston? Is this the Brad Johnston we all know? Well, then I'm certain 3 clubs is incorrect. So 3 diamonds. There are some 3 heart bidders. There are some 4 club bidders. Probably my second choice, 4 clubs. We have Finn Kolesnik, who bid 4 clubs. Is 4 clubs the most popular? Is there any way that I can find out like what the breakdown is on this? We do have some company with our 3 diamond bid at the very least. Looks like 4 clubs has been the popular choice on this one. I think far too often we're going to miss out on 4 of a major by bidding 4 clubs. Like a 6-2 heart fit could be good. A 5-2 spade fit could be good. All right, what we got next? Next hand, 2 clubs. We bid 2 hearts, which I guess, I assume 2 clubs is strong. 2 hearts, 2 spades. I mean, presumably we want to bid 3 hearts to show our 6th heart. I think it's CCS. Unfortunately, because we don't have any matches happening, conventions are not going to be as useful, but there's just, it's a giant spreadsheet of like a bunch of players' conventions. I don't know if it's the most easy thing to navigate, but good luck. I have showed my heart suit. I do not think that one is worth looking into. Peg Kaplan, match points. Both vulnerable. So we are 3rd seat here. So pass, pass, pass. 1 club on our left. Pass, a diamond on our right. Pass, pass, and partner reopens with double, showing the majors. Pass. We bid a heart. I probably would have bid 2 hearts already. So actually, something really weird is happening, right? Partner couldn't open in 3rd seed and we have a 6 count and the opponents wanted to play a diamond. What? Oh, I'm so confused. Let's say partner has 11, right? Partner has 11. I mean, whatever. Like, I'm just gonna... The opponents are just cold for game. They should be playing in no trump, and they're just cold for game. I'm passing. This is stupid. Like, all right, board, whatever this is. Ron Smith, imps. Everyone loves imps. 2 hearts on our right. We decide to double. Do I agree with double? It looks like it. 3 hearts on our left, double by partner. Well, that makes things a little bit awkward. Yeah. So, I mean, partner is likely to be 2-2-4-5 in some fashion. I'm kind of tempted to just pass out 3 hearts doubled and go ace of hearts heart. Maybe I'm not getting enough. They'll get 6 heart tricks and probably the king of spades. Is 300 against... I don't know, man. Like, yeah, let's do it. I'm not even convinced that we're making a game. We probably have a spade loser. We probably have a heart loser. So partner's going to need the queen of diamonds and like the ace queen of clubs, which, you know, is not asking for a whole lot, but that's only saving us 3 imps. Done. Pass. 10%. Okay, but what does the field want to do? There are some 3 spade bidders. I think that's maybe not so great. 3 no trump, obviously not popular. Couple of 4 heart bidders. Still looking for people that I trust. 4 spades has been the choice. There's some passers. Well, I don't feel too bad about my choice. Pass looks right to me. Where is the VU graph? I mean, so they said that there was going to be a bit of a delay, but like, it's now been an hour and 15-minute delay. I'm super confused. You know what I could do? Here's what we could do, in case people are wondering. There. Now we have it on screen so that people who are just joining will know what's going on. Actually, they probably won't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on either. Ooh, match points. Look at this. We are in 4th seat. So pass, 2 diamonds by partner, weak 2, 2 hearts on our right, we pass, 2 spades on our left, pass, 3 no on our right. I don't even understand the question. I am passing. It's announced that 2 diamonds could be crazy aggressive. Wait, it could be aggressive, but it won't be crazy. I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, we're not beating 3 no, and if we wanted to try and save in 4 diamonds, we probably should have bumped 2 diamonds to 3 earlier. I actually think 3 diamonds over 2 hearts is probably a pretty good bid, but we've made our bed by passing already, so definitely just passing this one out. Adam Parrish. Ah, yes. Good old Adam Parrish. So partner opens a diamond. We bid 2 clubs. Partner bids 2 hearts. 2 hearts is natural and denies 5 diamonds. Match points. Okay. I'm not sure I understand the question. I guess the worry is that if we bid 2 spades, our left-hand opponent might double for a spade lead. That's the only real issue. So in that case, maybe it's better to bid 3 clubs. Partner will know we have... Oh! Wait, do we have VU graph tables? Well, kind of. I will give it a second while I think and make sure I want to bid 3 clubs. Yeah, let's bid 3 clubs. Okay. Done with this. VU graph tables. We have Fleischer or Moyles. I can join commentary. Oh, that's perfect. And how late are we in these matches? Let's see. This was the table that we were at earlier. They're on board 2, which we already have a score for. What's going on in the other room? Oh god, they're still on 36 boards. So I would still like to see the match that I was looking at, but okay, let's, you know what? Hans Zimmerman This is actually just going to be a nightmare. I don't even know if I want to join the commentary. I want to wait to see if the operator just starts claiming things. It looks like play's going slow enough that we could probably hop in here. Yeah, sure. Well, so it would be an hour and 20 minutes now, because the VU graph will still be delayed by 30 minutes. So it's like an hour and 20 minutes into their set, and they're granted 2.5 hours per set, so they're kind of right on pace. I mean, they're a little bit behind pace, but still, it's pretty close. Yep, all right, let's do it. Here we go. Goodbye, chat. I will be back with you after the set. Well, hello, everyone. I know that we have been massively delayed with our starting time today. Unfortunately, we've had some issues with the VU graph broadcast, but hopefully we're live now. Looks like play is proceeding. So I don't know what we're going to see coming up on the scorecard in terms of results, but I will be here for the remainder of this set. Hopefully by the time we get to the second quarter, there will be fewer issues. And we're checking out the Hans against Zimmerman match. Looks like we are seeing a couple of scores trickle in. I will try and point out some of the highlights as we get some imp results coming through. Obviously, board 7 looks like we had the same contract reached in both rooms, although at one of the tables, looks like the defense was able to actually score 2 diamonds and set up a club trick, and with East having a doubleton heart, Declare had no way to dispose of their club loser before pulling trumps. So that meant a 12 imp swing going the way of Hans already. But presumably we'll see some more swings coming through. So on this board, South opens a heart. West has a pretty good hand, 15 count, but not quite good enough to start with a takeout double. Overcalls a spade. We see 3 hearts preemptive by North, which passes back around to West, who understandably has reopened with a takeout double, figuring that if his partner has any semblance of a hand over there, game could still be making his direction. And it looks like they'll probably settle in 3 spades. I don't expect North to be bidding anymore, and East is, of course, not going to take the push up to the game with the doubleton heart and only a king-queen on the side. So 2 heart losers, a diamond loser, and it looks like 2 club losers. I mean, Declare is likely to just play the ace of clubs and then duck a club, knowing that South has the club king for his opening bid. But the club suit itself can be played for 1 loser if Declare has the entries to do so. He could lead a low club to the 8, forcing out the 10 from South, and then get over to East's hand and lead the queen of clubs, pinning that jack doubleton in North, which might be the preferred play if if he had the entries for it. Unfortunately, the East hand is kind of barren. But we'll see what Declare elects to do. Opening heart lead, won by South with the ace. This is going to give Declare a lot of information about the heart suit layout, because South didn't win the opening lead with the king. So we now know North has started with King, Jack, 10 of hearts, and has made this preemptive 3-heart bid. So I think for that reason alone, Declare is going to want to play South for the club king. Heart comes back. Yeah, but now what does North switch to? This second round of hearts from South, forcing North on lead. Maybe not what South wanted to do. It might have been more prudent for South to cash the heart queen and then play a trump, knowing that South isn't the one who wants leads coming through the dummy. He just wants to exit passively and let Declare kind of fumble around, take the diamond finesse, take the club finesse on its own, and lose those tricks to South's minor suit cards. Yeah, I mean, from North's perspective, he can't lead a heart. That would give a rough slough. And leading a trump away from Jack Doubleton is very scary. But he does decide to do it. Leads a low trump from the Jack and 1, which looks like a pretty reasonable attempt to get out. If South happened to have the queen 3rd of spades and pops up with the queen, maybe Declare gets the spade guess wrong, crosses to dummy, plays a spade, hooking South for the queen jack 3rd. So a practical shot from North for a safe exit. I wonder if Declare is going to play a low club to the 8 right now. Because he could actually catch South in a bit of an end play if he does that, when North is the one with 3 spades. South being down to hearts, clubs, and diamonds without a trump to return wouldn't be able to play hearts. Okay, he does not. But that would have been a tempting option. Either way, I don't believe Declare will be playing a club to the queen. That seems like a little bit too much given the preempt from North. Like, we would not expect North to have King Jack 10 4th of hearts as well as a side king for that 3-heart preempt earlier in the auction. Okay, reasonable choice. Let's cash the ace of clubs, probably duck a club when the jack pops up. But there's no longer any hope Declare has to make this one. So he does duck the second round of clubs. And South still has 2 tricks coming for 1 down. Oof. Hans has picked up another 6 imps on board 8, which I think was the one we came in on, although we didn't get to see the full extent of the play, reaching 3 no trump in this room. And it looks like the defense had an option to lead the ace of hearts at trick 1, not anyone's first choice of opening lead from that west hand, which would have netted them 5 heart tricks off the top. But on the more natural king of clubs lead with that king of diamonds on side, Declare just had 9 quick tricks in no trump. In the other room, West, having opened his hand a heart and found a heart fit from his partner, forced north-south out of the no-trump strain. And they found their diamond fit and successfully got to 4 diamonds, making an over trick. Not a terrible result overall, but they do end up missing out on the game bonus there. So currently, with the 2 comparisons we have, Hans is pitching the shutout. Oh my, I didn't even realize that with the club misguess, Declare having pulled that 3rd round of trumps, he actually ends up getting tapped out and now loses a 2nd under trick on this hand. North, upon winning that jack of clubs earlier, was able to play a 3rd heart, forcing Declare, and then when South got in with the ace of diamonds, was able to play another heart, setting up his last heart in hand. So down 2, yet again, not looking to be a great result from Zimmerman there. Obviously, Declare could have gotten out for down 1 by playing a little bit more carefully. So South opening a diamond. I still do not have player names at this table, at least. But I guess this is Hans and Hung sitting north-south for the Hans team because they're the precision pair on their squad. So South opening precision diamond, 2 or more diamonds, North bids spade. And we'll see if they have methods to show 3-card spade raises here. South just elects to rebid a no trump. I know a lot of players will be able to rebid 2 spades with the South hand, mostly thanks to that doubleton heart, figuring that a 4-3 spade fit at the 2 level wouldn't be so bad, and if their partner really cared about whether or not they had 3 trumps or 4, they could bid 2 no trump to ask. But South going with the more mainstream approach of rebid a no trump, show his weak no trump over here. North happy to take a shot at the game. Club lead. So Declare has no club losers, has a couple of hearts to lose, and then could have a problem in the spade suit itself. There's a couple of hurdles that need to be overcome. First thing is, what do we do with that 3rd round of hearts? If Declare starts by just pulling trumps and trumps happen to split 3-1, he might not be able to find a parking place for the 3rd round of hearts, which eventually will be a loser. So I suspect he'll probably just hope that the club suit is not 5-2. Otherwise, the defense could get a ruff by just repeatedly playing clubs and work his way on getting a heart ruff in the South hand. Wins the Queen of Clubs at trick 1. Kind of expect to lead a heart at trick 2. Okay. Goes with the spade ace. And a 2nd spade. Well, this is going to make the play very easy, since the spades have split. Now Declare can safely ruff that 3rd round of hearts without worrying about defensive ruffs in the club suit or trying to pick up the king of diamonds in someone's hand. Maybe that was his plan overall, that if the trumps hadn't split, he would have finessed someone for the diamond king. Not sure exactly who. But that seems like a reasonable alternative to going after the heart ruff and dummy. 4 spades bid and made. So on to board 11. I do expect the precision pairs to open this hand in the south, despite it having only 10 high card points. If you can open a diamond and rebid a spade, you've shown your full hand on this one. But we'll see if they decide not to be that aggressive with their opening style. You, of course, could end up in a completely hopeless 3-no trump contract, or, 4 spades if your partner has a fit by doing so. But the south does find the opening bid, 1 diamond, 2 or more. West overcalls a heart, and East, when the board gets passed through the screen, is going to leap out of his chair a little bit at that realization. So North probably bids 2 clubs to show his suit, and then the spotlight's on East. Okay, he just blasts 4 hearts. I was wondering if East wanted to go a little bit slower by starting with Q bids. Not necessarily because he thinks his hand is worthy of a slam for any reason, but just to let his partner know that if it does become a competitive auction, that he actually has values. Whoa. Okay, that I would say is a little bit of an aggressive double by South. Looks like it's going to work out. The defense will be able to cash 4 tricks in the minors pretty quickly. But I think quite frequently, South should be worried that an opponent might have a singleton diamond in this kind of auction, and he has 1 defensive trick then. His partner might have 2, but that's not enough to beat the contract. Either way, he's gone with it. Looks like it's going to work out well for him here, netting them an extra 50 points on this one for beating the contract 1 trick. I'm a little bit surprised by the pauses here. Because South and West are screenmates, so it wouldn't make a ton of sense for West to be thinking, well, without alerts or explanations, it's a little bit hard to decipher exactly what's going on. I would have assumed the double by South was penalty-oriented, but it looks like from North's decision to pull to 5 clubs that maybe the double was actually offensive, which would make a little bit more sense, right? South has a fit for partner's club suit, a singleton heart, and a side source of tricks and diamonds. If North had the exact same hand with the king of spades instead of the queen, then 5 clubs would have play. It would almost basically be on the queen of clubs on side with a 3-2 trump split. You could end up pitching losers on all of your diamonds, rough a heart in the south hand. But as is, East-West can definitely get 3 tricks. Ooh, this is a really nice defense actually. Note how West at trick 1 strongly gave a suit preference signal for spades with that 9 of hearts. So now a spade to the king, spade to the ace, spade ruff, and this is going to be down at least 2, with Declare still having to guess the trump suit. Not doubled, so that means that North-South are not in a world of pain for over-competing a little bit on this one. We have seen the Hans team, not this pair actually, but the pair in the other room, Edgerton and Whibley, over-compete a little bit when the auction has been contested on some of these deals. But I think that's just a stylistic thing that they like bidding, And I think the comment yesterday was they didn't board a 17-hour flight just to pass all of these hands. So here, a little bit punished, but not too badly for getting to the 5 level in a minor. Zimmerman's finally on the board. At this table on board 9, Zimmerman got to 3 spades and went down 2 after giving up an extra trick due to maybe a little bit of mistiming the play. But in the other room, we were just talking about this, Whibley and Edgerton getting a little bit overboard in this competitive auction, reaching the 4 level in spades. And Brink with no issues doubling that one after opening the bidding and hearing the opponents, kind of not even interested in competing very high originally, right? East had passed his partner's 2 no-trump bid. So Brink expecting his partner has some values over there, and he was absolutely right. Hearts were 2-2. It was just a disaster. Declare was a little bit more careful in the play, but ends up with only 8 tricks. So 7 imps going the way of Zimmerman on that board. Looks like Declare has misguessed the clubs here to go down an extra, which I think is a pretty reasonable move based on not only the auction, where East's hand is expected to be a little bit more preemptive, but North was probably trying to guard against 4 hearts being the right contract, because if East happened to have a singleton club, then 4 hearts was just making. So that club finesse was basically essentially wagering on them doing the right thing in the auction by pulling the double of 4 hearts to 5 clubs. Will cost the extra under trick, but not a lot of imps being exchanged on that board, although I could definitely see 4 hearts down 1, 4 hearts doubled down 1, or any variety of 5 of a minor north-south doubled or undoubled and going down several tricks. We'll just have to see when we get the compares. ViewGraph Operator lets us know that the first 5 boards are not scored because of some of the earlier problems, so unfortunately we will not get the full match state by the end of this set, but there are scores posted on the Bridge Winners forums, and I expect those to be fairly up to date, and hopefully by the time the second quarter starts, we will have full results from all of the matches, and we won't have any more difficulties. So, spade by West on this one. North overcalls 2 hearts. 3 spades by East, preemptive. We get 4 hearts by South, 4 spades by West. I'm a little bit surprised that South didn't double this contract. With 2 aces, only 3 card support, as well as a trump trick in the opponent's suit, this looks like a prime opportunity to go for blood and maybe get 300 or 500 against this contract. With the hearts breaking and the king of diamonds offside for Declare, it does look like this is going to be not too bloody, but down 2 at least. 2 hearts, a spade, a club, and a diamond look like the defensive tricks. But undoubled, this is not going to generate a huge swing for one direction or the other. Kind of similar to the last board. Was four hearts making? That's a tough question to answer, because South does have a couple of entries. So even on a spade opening lead, South can win the ace and play a heart to the ace, and now when Declare sees an honor drop, the normal plan would be to play the restricted choice consideration, cross to the club ace and take a heart finesse, losing to the queen jack doubleton. And if Declare does that, they're going to end up losing two clubs, a diamond, and a trump. So four hearts could go down in the other room. Whoa, that is an unexpected play. We get the king of diamonds switch. Oh my. Now Declare can make this, and probably, did I say make this? Now Declare can get out for down one. I'm sorry, I apologize. Making this would be a big position, but getting out for down one, definitely possible. Both of the club honors are on side, so there's no guess in that suit in any way, but still gonna end up losing two hearts, a spade, and a club. I wonder if that king of diamonds switch was influenced by South's play at trick one. You know, we talked on the previous board about how on the ace of hearts lead, West dumped the 9 as a suit preference signal. And the reason for that is that when dummy turns up with a singleton, you want to give partner suit preference. That's by far more important than attitude or count in those scenarios. So in that exact instance, West suit preference 9 of hearts made a lot of sense. Here, with dummy not coming down with a singleton, I think South was probably just giving an attitude signal, an upside down attitude 9 of hearts, saying, I don't have the king. Because North's opening heart lead could have been based on just the fact that his partner had raised hearts, 2 hearts, 4 hearts. So North could be leading an unsupported ace of hearts here, like ace empty 6th, for example. But it looks to me like North interpreted that card as suit preference, and that's why he switched to the diamond king, hoping his partner had the diamond ace and he could get a ruff. North was very worried that if he played the king of spades, Declare would be out and be able to pull his only trump. Well, very little harm, especially since it's a non-vulnerable and not doubled contract, but still ends up costing the defense a trick here. You know, I really hope it costs just one trick, because if South doesn't cash partner's king of hearts here, that trick can go away easily. And I mean, for one thing, South probably doesn't know that the diamond position is so dire from his perspective. It still looks like there's no risk. Oh my God. We're getting ever closer to the possibility of this contract making. We're still not there yet. Fortunately for for South, his partner has this 9 of clubs, which is going to be a big card. But Declare is now able to unblock the diamonds, cross in spades, and play a diamond pitching a heart, then lead a club up. Yeah, I was getting to this point that when North had switched to that King of Diamonds, South probably thought, oh, my partner has King Queen Doubleton or King Queen Third, so there's no rush in me scoring our heart trick. But in this case, it almost led to this contract having a chance to make. Defense probably doesn't need to be too careful from here. They're still going to end up scoring 2 club tricks. But my oh my. Okay, Declare doesn't even try for it. I guess in theory, if South had started with like Ace Queen Doubleton of clubs, you could have crossed in spades, pitched your heart loser on the diamond, and then let a low club as South gets pickled to make this contract. But Declare are choosing to just end play the opponents into leading clubs for him. Reasonably so. So this will be down 1. Board 11, as mentioned, 4 hearts did go down in the other room, presumably on that restricted choice guess in the trump suit. Wrong contract. I apologize. The restricted choice is actually the board we're watching in front of us right now. 4 hearts was the one where East-West kind of preempted to the 4 level very quickly. In hearts, finding their 10-card fit, and North-South did not take the push to 5 of a minor, so 50 added to the 150 scored in this room is another 5 imps to Zimmerman. Kind of funny. In this room, 4 spades went down 1. In the other room, 3 spades went down 1. So, presumably because North did not switch to the King of Diamonds at trick 2, just cashed a couple of hearts, switched to clubs, and eventually they scored their 5 tricks to defeat 3 spades. So 3 boards to play in this set, and then there will be a short break. Well, actually, I really don't know what's happening. Maybe the VuGraph operators can let us know if they're still here. I guess they're not watching us, right? They're delayed by 30 minutes, so all of this stuff has already happened for them. But hopefully we'll get set up in about 15 minutes after the conclusion of this set and get back into the second segment of play with fewer interruptions. North opens a precision diamond on board 13. We get East, who has quite a strong hand again, but only 16 and flat distribution, overcalls a spade. 2 diamonds. Looks like some sort of artificial something. And East decides to bid 3-no with his balanced hand. Remember, 1 diamond doesn't necessarily show diamonds by North, so the fact that East has a small doubleton diamond is probably not that concerning to him in the regards of diamond stoppers on this type of auction. We get the Queen of Hearts lead, but Declare appears to have 9 top tricks. 5 spades, with the spades splitting, 3 clubs, and the Ace of Hearts. So going to be pretty happy about this result, in fact, because they do have a spade fit, but you lose the same 4 tricks in spades as you do in no trump. The Ace of Diamonds is offside in opener's hand, and I take that back. With hearts being 5-2, it is possible Declare could set up a diamond in West's hand to pitch a heart. I think... I don't know if that's likely if East-West reach 4 spades in the other room, but Declare could make 4 spades. And it looks like they have just enough entries to do so. Still, it's a lot safer for Declare to have ended up in 3 no trump here, so he's going to be very happy with this result. So heart to the king, heart return. My guess is we duck this trick as well. And that way, if the spades don't come home, but if South has, say, honor third and diamonds, we can actually score 2 diamond tricks to go with 3 clubs, 3 spades, and a heart. So, for example, if South was 4-4-3-2 in shape with Queen third or Jack third of diamonds, Declare has now cut communications in the heart suit, expects North to have the diamond ace, but with all of those nice diamond spots, including the 9 in his own hand, he can effectively take 2 diamond finesses against South's honor third and score 2 tricks in that suit. So this looks like a strong line of play from Declare. Certainly a diamond switch is now going to end all chances for the defense. Declare will just be forced to back into the spades line, play king of spades, spade to the ace. We get a club switch. I wonder if Declare is going to play a diamond immediately. Now goes after the spade suit, which I think is very reasonable. 2 rounds of spades. And now can just claim. And 9 tricks. So we'll keep an eye on this one, because if 4 spades is bid in the other room, that could be a very tricky play problem. Board 12, we do see that push, as mentioned. So, 4 spades by East, down 1. Let's take a look at the play as we wait for board 14 to load here. So East opened a no trump, and they went through a puppet stamen auction to find their 5-2 spade fit. Now, with North not having opened, it's very understandable that Declare's plan kind of diverged. In this room, if they had gotten to 4 spades, I think Declare probably would have gone right and made their contract. But with North having never bid, there's no reason for Declare to believe that they need to duck 1 round of hearts, win the 2nd round, and then duck diamonds to rough out the ace of diamonds and make their contract. They probably just took a diamond finesse, which makes a lot of sense. So Declare did duck 2 rounds of, or the 1st round of hearts, which is often the right thing to do in some of these cases when you have ace third opposite 3 small. But eventually Declare just led a diamond up to the king, and that is 12 imps going the way of Zimmerman, which is almost the difference in the match. We do have a couple of scores trickling in from the other room's VuGraph table on the first 5 boards, so maybe that means we will be getting comparisons soon. But currently we see that Zimmerman is ahead by 13 with the compares that we already have. All right, let's try and get into board 14. I've been kind of delayed checking out the play and 4 spades on the previous board. Club by West, diamond overcall by North. Not everyone's cup of tea, making these 4-card suited overcalls, but Ace King Jack 9 is a suit that a lot of people want the lead coming into them, and especially when West doesn't open a major suit, East often becomes the declarer in a major suit game or even no trump if you end up passing this type of hand, and North really wanted to get their diamond lead direct in. So a heart showing spades by East, 4 or more spades, 3 diamonds preempt by South on the 4-card support, and West bids 3 hearts, which looks like effectively just reversing strength. I have clubs and hearts, 5-4 or better. Okay, East had an interesting decision here over 3 hearts. Elects to bid 4 clubs. They do have a club fit. I'm wondering... Wow, and West just passes. I was wondering if East might have gone a little bit more aggressive here and tried for the game despite the 4-3 heart fit. I mean, presumably 3 hearts by West is forcing, so East had to come up with a bid somehow. But it looks like they did quite well to get to clubs because... No, I take that back. It seems as if hearts actually is just going to end up losing a trump, probably due to a little bit of difficulty in communication between the hands. But with the king of clubs on side, they're going to lose a trump and 2 diamonds. And that's all. 4 hearts could have made. I mean, 5 clubs probably will make as well. King of clubs is on side, and for the same reason, the jack of hearts is going to fall. So the hearts will run. This could be an opportunity for Hans to pick up some imps. We know that their partnership in the other room likes to bid aggressively in some of these scenarios. They could easily reach 4 hearts or 5 clubs on these hands. How does 3 no trump do? That's another interesting question. Looks like 3 no trump is also a pretty good spot. Now, the way this auction has gone, I don't think East-West were ever going to consider 3 no. It looks very much like the opponents have a 9-card diamond fit, and you can't risk them cashing the first 5 diamond tricks in that contract. But if North-South remains silent, East-West, I believe, could reach 3 no. Diamonds 4-4, and the king of clubs on side, that contract also has 9 tricks. I think this will be a pickup for Hans. Non-vulnerable game, so only a handful of imps, maybe 6 or so, going their direction. But nonetheless, some valuable imps coming back their way. I'm sure East is going to be left wondering what could have been here after this hand. Obviously, the way the auction has gone, he is a little bit worried that his spade suit is opposite shortness, and so his hand becomes quite bad. Maybe his objective was just, let's make sure we get to a contract that is making. 4 hearts could go down. Yes, it's a game bonus, but it's only a vulnerable game. But I think East missed an opportunity here to think about the possibilities in the 4-3 fit. We get a spade switch. Declare has a little bit to think about here. I don't think they're really planning to take the spade finesse, but if everything goes badly for them, Like, if hearts are 4-2 and the jack doesn't fall and the king of clubs is offside and you can't ruff the fourth round of hearts in East's hand because North has 3 trumps, then maybe finessing the spades here is the only way to pitch pitch your red suit loser. But I think there are a lot of options that you should weigh before just jeopardizing your contract entirely on a finesse here. Because I think if South ends up with the king of spades, then the king of clubs is definitely offside, thinking about the auction. This 3-diamond preempt probably isn't based off of 2 kings in the black suits. We do see the result from the other table, 3 no trump, making 10 tricks. And yeah, North does not come in with the diamond overcall in that room. That leads to kind of a straightforward auction for East-West, where West says, you know, I don't have a spade fit, but I do have these 3 small diamonds. Hopefully that's enough to stop the suit. And he was right. Ends up with an overtrick for his troubles. Declare really giving this a big think. Now, there's probably a good chance the king of spades is onside. This is definitely going to be better than a 50-50 if he does decide to take the finesse here. Again, similar logic that South is very unlikely to have the spade king for his preempt. My only worry is that with 2 tricks in, you're kind of risking the entire contract at trick 3 when you still have plenty more opportunities to make your 10 tricks if you don't take the finesse right now. I mean, one of the simplest ways would be if the king of clubs is onside. Right? So that's also just effectively a finesse that you could take. Again, probably more likely that North has the king of clubs than South due to the preempt. But factoring that in with all of the other options, like hearts splitting, the jack of hearts falling, or maybe South has 4 hearts and 3 clubs, so you can actually ruff the 4th round of hearts in East's hand. This, to me, all kind of just indicates let's fly the spade ace, but West is giving it a long think on this trick. And, you know, one thing that I believe a lot of these players will do in these scenarios is think about, especially if they know they're not in a good contract, right? And here, West probably suspects that the other table could be in 3-no, or the other table might be in 4 hearts. Well, if the king of clubs is onside, both of those contracts are going to make easily, which means he might already be placing the king of clubs offside and planning his line of play around that. I think we were talking about this concept on one of the previous boards. I don't remember exactly which one it was, but you often plan to have done the right thing in the auction. And here the right thing effectively would be that game contracts are not making. So he does fly the ace of spades eventually. He does take a club finesse. He's now going to ruff a diamond, take another club finesse, and this hand will be over very shortly. So making 5 will be 150 for Declare, although this is going to end up losing now 280 against the 3-no in the other room, which I think is 7 imps. So one board to play, but Hans has a much needed pickup to right the ship towards the end of the segment. We still don't have a good set of comparisons for the first 5 boards. I'm going to quickly look over the results in the other room. We do have contracts and results. Board 1, not a large swing going one way or another. The club's not breaking well. Seems a little bit unfortunate for Declare. In 3 no trump on that one. 4 spades doubled down 3 on board 2 from the other room. Oh boy, I mean, a whole lot of things could happen on that one. Looks like 4 hearts has 4 losers if the opponents, if East-West get off to club leads fast enough. Actually, maybe that's not true, because then Declare might not lose a spade. Okay, so 4 hearts could make minus 500, maybe not a terrible result on there. 4 hearts making 4 on board 3 looks pretty flat, I would say. And both of the trump honors on side. 2 spades making 4 on board 4. Looks like a good result for East-West, although not a large swing one way or another. And then board 5, 2 spades going down 1. Also looks like a little bit of a flat result there. So my guess is not a ton of imps being swung on those first 5 boards, although board 2 I could see a bunch of different things happening. But here we are, last board of the set, board 15. West opens 2 spades. Spades and a minor. 2 no trump overcall by North. North has a pretty good hand, 18 count. Does have a spade stopper, barely. And we do see the preemptive raise to 3 spades from East. So what does South want to do? You have a hand that's a little undervalued in terms of bidding. You have this 5 count, good 5 card heart suit, but not necessarily enough to just bid game on your own, opposite partner's range, which might be like 16 to 18 or so for the 2 no trump overcall. South does decide to pass. And now it's back around to North, who has this kind of nasty decision to make. He has a lot of defense. I mean, I think most players would just end up passing out 3 spades, figuring you've already showed your hand, you're kind of done. But he is thinking about it, probably of the belief that it looks like the opponents are stealing from him, and he's right to some extent. They do not make 4 hearts, thanks to the giant diamond stack by East over there, but it's close. At least with that king of clubs on side. And I think more to the point, East-West are getting murdered in a spade contract. Might not be the end of the world, but they do have at least 6 losers in spades. They have 2 hearts. I was going to say they have 6 losers in spades, maybe not anymore. But 2 hearts, a trump from North, and 2 clubs and a diamond. I wonder, can this contract make now? My guess is no, but it feels like the defense have gotten off to the wrong lead. I don't think we can necessarily blame North for the trump lead. He doesn't want to lead away from any of his aces. So I do understand leading a trump, even though he might expect that frequently this will blow a trick. All right, a diamond led up towards the king-queen. I wonder if this is a spot where had North won the diamond ace, South would be giving suit preference. But with North ducking the diamond ace, obviously South is just happy to give count on this trick. I mean, this contract is getting ever closer to making at this point. Declare does have 2 club losers now and 2 heart losers, but if given enough time, Declare could ruff that 3rd round of hearts in the dummy, pull trumps, and duck a club to North's ace, or take a 2nd club finesse. So it may be important for North to either continue pulling trumps or to get his club ruff. Like ace of clubs, ace of hearts, heart to partner's king, club ruff would be good enough to beat the contract. I suspect North will take one of those plans. Either lead the ace of clubs, follow it up with the heart ace, and then eventually scores club ruff, or just continue trumps here, preventing the heart ruff and dummy. And both of those look good enough to me to beat the contract. But it's very scary defending when you have all of the high cards for your side. You don't have entries to your partner, and you're just getting end played repeatedly. The good news is that North knows at this point that West has clubs and spades as opposed to diamonds and spades. So I don't think North is going to make the mistake of trying to cash the ace of diamonds, for example, or I guess that would be the only realistic mistake. All right, we get the 10 of spades coming back. So Declare probably gonna futilely try to either ruff the heart in East's hand by winning the ace and lead the jack of hearts, or just pull a couple of trumps and take another club finesse against South's queen, both of which will lead to 1 down. All right, we get the ace of spades. This kind of feels like a strange way to go about playing the hand because you're still risking this club ruff at this point. Not that it matters. I guess the club ruff comes at the expense of the defense scoring their 3rd heart trick, so maybe this all adds up. But it is all going to add up to 1 down on this board. We will wait and see the comparison on this final deal. But it looks like Zimmerman is off to a good start in this match, although it is fairly close. Other table played 2 spades down 2. That has to be very impressive defense, because after the opening lead, which did of course drop a trick, the defense was kind of spot on, and it took everything they had to defeat 3 spades by a trick. Wow. Declare actually ends up getting tapped out in the other room. I just looked through the play in 2 spades, but that, oh, wait just a second. Are we going to get results on these boards? I will stick around for a minute. I was going to sign off for about 5 or 10 until we, VuGraph operator tells us that yes, they will enter the bidding and opening lead for the first 6 hands. Thank you. That is appreciated. So let's take a look. We will get the final scores, then I will have a short break, and we will be back for the second segment. And I will be joined by my regular co-caster, Craig Ganser. He will be on with me at whichever table we end up doing. We have missed a pass. There we go. We're getting the pass back on there. So East does get to 3 no trump. My impression was that the 4-1 club split was a little bit too much for Declare to handle on here. I mean, obviously North-South can score 3 hearts and 2 clubs in 3 no. That was my cursory glance as to what might have happened in the other room. Well, diamond opening lead. I mean, it almost looks like this contract could go down a ton. Okay, and it does go down an extra, so 2 imps going the way of Hans on that one. 3 no trump down 2. So this is the board that I think a whole variety of things could happen. It looks to me like 4 hearts north-south makes. The other room, east-west, ended up playing 4 spades doubled down 3. I want to take a quick peek at the auction because... Wow, Edgerton on West just blasted 4 spades all on his own. Ooh. Okay, this is, oh god, we're gone. Well, so much for VuGraph. Hello, Twitch chat and YouTube chat. How are you all doing today? That was exciting. I guess I am back with you because that VuGraph ended abruptly. But let's take a look at bridge winners while we wait for the second set to start up. Ooh, Hans actually won the segment, 40-37. Fleischer is out to a nice lead, 25 imps, as is Street. And Goodman is ahead by 21 over Leibowitz. That is a nice showing for them. So hopefully we have all 4 of these matches available to us for the second segment. Gonna do laundry? All right. Take care of Papa's my cat. See you in just a bit. I will put up a prediction for the second set. I was planning to do it for the first set, but then we had the VuGraph snafu. So, is Craig here? Craig, show yourself. Okay. Well, so what is this? 105-57? That is way too many imps in the first quarter. I think something has gone haywire there. Let me click on this and see what's happening. Yeah, okay, 59-35. So we, geez, there's still 36 boards in the setup. Oh my god, we see a 16 imp swing, a 13 imp swing, 11, 13, 13 the other way. We should have watched this match. Was this the one I wanted to watch? No, this was not the one I wanted to watch. But we should have watched this match. Holy cow, 6 spades doubled down 2 by East, and then 4 diamonds doubled down 4 in the other room. We don't get to see the play or any of the bidding, but that's kind of wild. Hanlon and Amoyles got to 6 spades doubled down 2. I mean, I could see it. East has 6 solid spades. West is going to make it 2/1 and 2 clubs. So East doesn't know that all of partner's side values are in diamonds. Do we see an auction to 4 diamonds? We do. So spade by East. Maybe ill-fated 2 diamond overcall by South. Negative double by West. And then 4 diamonds by North, preemptive. At these colors, I mean, it's kind of hard to blame North with his 1 count for trying to jam the auction in there, but I don't actually know what double by East is in this auction. But it looks like West was happy to pass it out. 800 is a big deal, white-red. Especially when their teammates are going 5 clubs down 9? Wait, excuse me. Hold on. How did we miss this? Can we go back and watch this match instead? Like, rather than seeing the second quarter, can I just get VuGraph of the first quarter of this match, like, again? And we watch it play out? This is amazing. Both sides played 5 clubs. That's kind of incredible. 2 clubs by North, precision, pass 5 clubs, and we don't get to see the auction in this room. Oh my. I wonder if it was some sort of like I could conceivably see West bidding 5 clubs like exclusion at some point for hearts. I think the hand is a little bit too weak, so I don't know what East could have done to suggest that he had such a strong hand that West should be keycarding. But, I mean, 5 hearts makes, right? Ace, queen, double ton of diamonds on side, and you only lose a spade. So they were kind of in the right ballpark for getting to the 5 level. That's crazy to me, though. We have a 13 imp swing on board 7. North-south reaching 6 spades, which looks like a excellent contract. I mean, king of spades on side makes 7 cold. And how did they miss it in the other room? Strong club, a heart, 1 spade, 1 no trump, 4 spades. And North with singleton, 3 controls, a source of tricks, well, 2 sources of tricks, 2 potential sources, as well as 3-card trump support, didn't even move over 4 spades. Wow. Big miss. Board 9, 11 imps swung. Let me pop back out and see if there are any other tables. No. No other tables. Oh, that's okay. We can keep the tables over here and then look at this thing, hopefully. Hopefully it hasn't gotten broken. So in one room, East opened 4 hearts, pass, and Basis in balancing seat, favorable, as a passed hand, tries 4 spades, which I think I like and seems very reasonable. Why did East not double this? Not sure I understand why East wouldn't double. And maybe West should double as well when it gets passed back around to him, but that cost quite a big swing when 4 hearts made in the other room. A heart, a no trump, 2 hearts. 3 hearts, 4 spades. It looks like we're still not duping boards. I don't remember any of these deals from the match that we just watched. Then again, we might have had the same hands and they're just doing something slightly less insane on everyone. So South elects to sell out to 4 hearts with all of these king, queen, rather than taking the favorable save. Also a trump trick. And looks like Declare able to pick up the diamond suit, so $11 imps, board 12. 4 hearts versus 3 no trump. So Toledano and Zamir, a no trump opening by West. Looks like 10 to 12 or so. 2 heart overcall natural, 4 hearts by South. Get the Jack of Diamonds lead, which looks pretty normal. That's going to make Declare's life pretty tough. But then additionally, they end up misguessing the trump suit because of the no trump opener. Otherwise, 4 hearts would have made. Wow. And in the other room, 3 no trump, diamond a heart overcall, 2 diamonds cubed, 3 diamonds, 3 no. They have 5 clubs. They have a diamond after the opening lead, I guess. Oh, they got a spade lead. Oh, we can see the play in this room. Spade to the ace, club to the king, queen of clubs, 10 of clubs, heart to the ace, jack of hearts. Didn't West open the bidding here? Yeah, West opened a diamond. Why isn't Declare just running the jack of hearts at trick 2? Like, isn't this needlessly risky? Oh, my camera do be in front of the thing. Thank you. Hey, Craig. Hello. You missed the snafu. Like, what was this line of play? Can we kick Lorenzini from the team? This is like one of the worst lines of play I've ever seen. He blocks the club suit and then blocks the heart suit. Like, what if Hanlon followed low to this heart? Was he running it? I guess he was. Actually, you know what? It's probably fine. Never mind. This is not the worst line of play I've ever seen. But it feels a little bit backwards. He could just run the jack of hearts at trick 2 and claimed. Okay. Then we see 13 more imps on board 13. 3 no trump doubled by East. So North opened a heart. 10 count. Way to go. East overcalls a no trump with his 17. 2 spades, looks like diamonds, 3 clubs, 3 no, pass, double. We get the queen of spades lead, which only sets up 3 spade tricks. But this is enough now. Now the defense can cash 3 spades and a club. No! What was that? Come on, Thomas. You can't just, like, switch to hearts here. You know Declare's hand's good. Wait, is it even good? No, this is still okay. There's no entry to the diamonds. What are they doing? Now South ducks the club ace? Well, that was a deserved 13 imps. Or a deserved loss of 13 imps. No, don't worry, Greg. There are so many more worse lines of play, and just by probability, most of them have happened at my expense. I've taken a lot of 0% lines of play that just have no chance of working. That happens all the time, as I'm sure you're aware, since you're a frequent viewer on the channel. But I did used to do that all the time. I always got on partner's case whenever they took a line of play I didn't like. I was such a bad partner. This is why I don't play anymore. What a crazy set. I mean, even the flat boards weren't, like, pushes. It was like 5 or 6 imps every board. I still can't believe that both tables played 5 clubs on this one. 5 clubs down 9. That is oh God. That's just amazing. This might be really impressive defense, in fact, to make sure that they get all their... Can we go over 5 clubs down 9? We unfortunately cannot, because as you see, there's no auction and there's no play. But I wish. Unfortunately, this was not the match I was watching. Well, also there was the Vugraph snafu. You know, not my phrase for it. That's what Vugraph operators have said about it. This is just incredible. I mean, the other table got to 5 clubs in 2 bids. They opened precision 2 clubs, and South just bid 5 clubs. Like, what's the problem? And so that was... I guess on the King of Spades lead, this just makes 11 tricks, right? Declare can set up spades. But otherwise, they could, like, cross in hearts and lead a diamond throw. And 5 clubs would go down. Jesus. I really just want to watch this set again. Like, what are these push boards? What were they thinking? Oh no, we don't have any records anymore. The table is too stale. That's okay. Imagine going down 9 and gaining 4 imps. Exactly. Teammates come back and you're just like, oh, how are you minus 600? They're like, well, we played 5 clubs, and you say, yeah, so did we. You and Parrish got to 5 clubs in a 0-1 fit. You induced a missed defense to hold the loss to 19. Well, six spades down 12 for a push. I'm trying to think. 6 spades down 12 for a push. Hold on. No. I can work this out. How... 1210 and 1200? The ops didn't double you in your 0-1 fit. You were called for a red suit slam, but the push was because you were minus 1200 and your teammates were plus 1210, right? That has to be it. Oh, tell me I got this one right. This is a good puzzle. Don't tell me that both tables played 6 spades down 12. Oh, good lord. Are we having another VuGraph snafu? Is that what's happening right now? It's been like 20 minutes since they concluded play. You know what we should check? The more important thing, the bridge winners bracket. Oh, I guess nothing has changed since I looked this morning. Down 10, minus 500, instead of 7 clubs doubled, down 3 for the more normal 500. I'm just going through people who are playing in the event currently. Okay, Corbel. Corbel was playing in the event. Let's see, what team was he on? He was on Bailey. Yes. Okay. He filled out a reasonable bracket. He picked his team to go pretty far and then lose to Fleischer, which is like fairly obvious. Everyone's gonna lose to Fleischer except Zimmerman. Let's look for other people who are, whoops, how do I get to this thing again? Because we saw earlier, wait, Matthew O'Farrell, isn't that a viewer? I think this is the Matthew O'Farrell from chat sometimes. He's doing quite well. Okay, where are other people who are in the event currently? I just want to see if they pick themselves to win. Is Lehrman in the event? I don't remember. The dancing beer card loading spinner. Oh, the thing, whoops. This thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty sweet, actually. I'm a huge fan. Ooh, Brad Moss. Hold on, Brad Moss's card. What team is he on? I've forgotten. Moyles. This. Ah, good. He also picked himself to lose to Fleischer. This is just so funny to me that all the players are like trying to fill out sensible brackets. Is there any way for me to go back to the previous page without like completely exiting out of this thing? I don't think so. But yeah, for anyone who missed it, David Berkowitz's bracket, he was on Team Levine, who we just saw play against Hans yesterday and lose. He picked Zhang to beat them in the first round. So he wasn't doing it right. Oh my god. Okay, well, I think we know what match we're gonna watch. We're gonna watch Fleischer and Moyles. Boom. There you go. And let's jump into the Thomas and Cedric table. All right, Craig will be joining me shortly, I'm sure. Let me get all set up before I head over to the VuGraph. Goodbye, chat. I will see you all later. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second quarter of play. We're going to be checking out the Moyles versus Fleischer match, mostly because I took a look at the scorecard in the first segment, and they had a lot of wild swings, so I think we're going to get some great action here. I will be joined by Craig Ganser in just a minute, I'm sure. And, oh,
Indeed.
He is here. Welcome. Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
So, first board, hopefully we don't have any more VuGraph issues with this set. And North-South and 4 hearts. This looks like a little bit of a tenuous contract.
Yeah, what was the auction here? Because it looks like East-West would have been bidding spades as well, right? No, East-West passed throughout. East passed over a 1-9 opening.
Yeah, West was a passed hand already, so maybe the unfavorability meant that Deceased decided not to take a call.
Yeah, it's pretty thin overcall. Yeah, so they can... I mean, they're in decent shape here, right? The clubs are close to set up. They've got this extra spade trick.
Yeah, it looks like Declare probably doesn't have too many more issues from here if the defense get a club ruff. So he'll just be able to ruff a spade, pull a couple of trumps, and then take a club finesse.
Well, not even... Yeah, I mean, right. If they get a club ruff, that'll expose a club position and also let him draw trumps in 2 rounds to ruff that spade 100% safely.
So... I mean, Thomas probably sitting there thinking, well, if I can't give partner a club ruff to beat it, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, I think he's, probably going to hope he can get a diamond ruff himself, despite how many he's looking at in dummy. His partner does have the ace, but it's not going to help him.
Okay, he does return a spade, which I think was maybe a reasonable attempt if he was able to tap the dummy. That might have helped his chances, but with this jack of spades holding...
Yeah, no, it's going to be very easy. I think Declare will probably just play trumps here and concede the jack of clubs if it doesn't drop.
I think he'll probably play another club or spade pitching a club, which...
Oh, right, then ruff. Yeah, right. Good point.
So he does play a club, and now looks like he's going to come to 12 tricks, no matter what the defense does.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to play some trumps and see the break and claim the rest.
Right. I'm going to pull up some convention cards while we wait for the rest of the hand to play out, just to make sure I know what's going on.
Yeah, I think East-West certainly are going to be playing methods that look fairly familiar to North American viewers. French standard 2/1 is not that far off from the way it's played in North America.
Do we know?
North-South. Do we know which pair is in for the
I was about to just ask
team?
you, but I do not. Okay, thank you, Al. North-South is Gruen Moss.
So they're playing 2 systems. They play a very aggressive precision non-vulnerable and still aggressive but normal-ish 2/1 system red, I believe.
Yes. They've been doing that for quite a while and have fine-tuned a lot of their agreements around it.
Yeah, they do. They do have a lot of sequences that are similar in the 2 systems to take some of the memory work off. So kind of the initial action is different, but it's not like they have to memorize 2 entire sets of nuts.
So North opens a diamond here. This is 2/1 style, is that correct? And
Well, I think white, it's precision.
okay. So North opens a precision diamond, 2 or more. South puts a heart, natural, and North South have found their spade fit. Looks like they're just on their way to 4 spades.
Yeah, I think they do open very, very light, so that'll, make North um, pretty optimistic about his hand, which is quite a bit better than it has to be at these colors.
Oh yeah, that's actually a great point. I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, South puts 2 spades only.
Yeah, catering to the possibility that North has a much lighter
Right.
hand than he really does. But of course, North knows that too, so he can be aggressive on what looks like a nice minimum opening, but it's actually not a minimum opening at all by their standards. Yeah, I mean, right, that South hand would be a game force for basically any other pair in the event, and here's South making this gentle 2 spade, very slight game try.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a good diamond fit, but of course the diamond fit is not a real fit in precision. I mean, it's possible their diamond is even fewer than 2. I'm not sure what they do. If they use 2 diamonds for something other than short diamonds. A lot of pairs just overload 1 diamond, even as few as 0. Just figuring that it's worth that to get more flexibility elsewhere in the system.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like their 2 diamond opener is just the standard 2 diamond precision style, 4-4-1-5 minus a card
So
in shape, 10 to 15.
always a single tender boy diamond. Yeah, so that would imply that 1 diamond is 2 or more.
Okay, so North-South obviously have been playing together for quite some time, aware of their methods, and as you mentioned, despite South's strange-looking 2 spades bid to a lot of the audience, they do reach the spade game. Now, will they make it?
Yeah, so the spade break is not great for them, but they do have the opportunity to finesse the 9 of spades and actually lose 0 spade tricks. They do have to rough some of their hearts, so they'll probably end up losing at least 1 heart and 1 spade. Can the defense negotiate another trick? Even 2 tricks, I guess. I would not love their chances.
Yeah, probably not. My guess is that East is likely to lead a spade against this auction. It sounds like the opponents have some distribution, and he has what looks like, no reason not to lead a spade because he's not holding on to a natural trump trick or anything.
Right. Yeah, and when the opponents are in a 4-4 fit, as this auction indicates, a tap is less likely to be successful. You just take the tap in 1 4-card hand and draw trumps in the other. Yeah, so here, with Declare able to pitch 1 heart on the King of Clubs, I think this won't be too taxing. I think like the Queen of Clubs is also a possible lead. Hoping that he does just lead a trump. And so Declare is actually kind of interesting because the defense almost certainly will lead a second trump, but that'll tell him what's going on, and given that he's got plenty of diamond entries to the South hand that East can't rough, I don't think this is going to be a big deal.
I mean, once he sees that Queen of Spades pop up, the line of play is kind of marked. Let's play a heart at trick 2. We're planning to cross to the Club King and rough a heart, and we'll see what we're going to do from there.
Yeah. East here
that
is going to play a second trump instantaneously.
So note East flew the Ace of Hearts, despite all of the 9, 8, and 7 being higher than dummy spots, because he knows the exact heart layout, and if he had followed kind of lazily with the 9, 8, or 7 to this trick, his partner would have won and not had any more trumps to play. So
yeah, it's a very nice play with the small cards exposed in dummy.
I don't believe we saw the 9 of spades covered by the Jack, but we'll we'll get there in a second. I think Declare probably won the Jack of Spades, crossed to the Club King, ruff to heart. Eventually did lose a trump trick, or maybe a heart trick, one or the other. So 11 tricks. I don't know if we are having some difficulties or if the other table is just a little bit slow. No comparisons yet for board 16.
Yeah, it's true. I wonder, they may just be a little slow getting started. Actually, it might even just be a slow board, right? We're only 8 minutes into the segment if the first board took a little time for whatever reason.
Yeah, and I would expect this to be a relatively fast table. Joe Grew and Brad Moss are pretty quick players, and I think Lorenzini and Bassis can be a little bit slow at times, but for the most part, they're pretty sharp.
Yeah, those are like normal slow and not like glacial like we've seen in some pairs. And yeah, Joe Grew is one of the fastest players in the world, and Brad is pretty quick also.
Oh my. Well, so
I guess that's why it took so long. That's a pretty good result for the North-South team.
Yeah. 6 hearts making on board 16. Monster result for Chip Martell and Marty Fleischer in the other room.
I'm wondering if actually North-South may have had a little bit of a bidding accident, because North was a passed hand, bid Drury, South showed a second suit, Fleischer bid 3 spades, Q bidding, and Martell immediately bid 5 no trump, pick a slam, which he has a good hand, but opposite a passed hand, that still feels like a pretty aggressive action.
Well, partner's diamond values could have been in other suits.
Well, I'm wondering if 3 spades might have been interpreted as a substitution club raise or something like that.
Yeah, it's possible.
Or even as a cubit in support of clubs, where now South thought he had this monster double fit, and like he kind of did. Of course, there's this diamond wastage.
I mean, either way, things broke favorably. The club suit could come home. Trump's split. The ace of spades is on side, and Declare probably got a spade ruff. So that was 11 imps going the way of Fleischer. In this room, we are in 2 spades after transfer auction. Looks like Declare is going to do okay in this contract. Clubs are splitting. Both spade honors are on side.
Yeah, in fact, given that West shows out on the second club with Singleton 10, the finesse is marked, so Declare just played a spade, the ace popped up, roughed a spade, and drew trumps and claimed. Okay, so back to this one. Where are we at here?
2 spades, just a question of over tricks at this point. If Declare finesses the 6 of spades, then they'll be able to bring the spade suit home. But otherwise, we'll end up losing 2 clubs and 2 trumps from here. Maybe? I'm pretty sure. But there are possibilities for trump coups in some of these end positions. This does not look like one of them.
Yeah, then can he ruff a heart? King ace of diamonds, ruff another heart, and that's 9 tricks, right?
Yeah. He always had 9 tricks available to him. So in due time, North will be getting 2 trump tricks from here.
Yeah, I guess there's no way to take a second over check. You would need to score all 3 of your trumps at this point, which he cannot do with only 1 dummy entry.
Yeah, well, if the queen of diamonds was on side, he could go like king of diamonds, diamond to the jack, ace of diamonds pitching a club, and now we're in the classic trump coup end position. But
right, because it would be a 2-card ending at that point.
That just feels like a little bit too much of a risk.
And the contract is still secure, but yeah, here he's just
I was gonna be a little surprised.
Yeah, that's what so. All right, there we go. That also doesn't look quite
It
right to
feels
me.
like 9 tricks. Okay, well, we'll get a correction on that one shortly. But we're on to the next board. Board 19.
Yeah, so another a near slam here for East West. If the well, they actually they can make 6 spades by East, right? Because the Club King is protected and the Jack of
Yeah,
Hearts
so
drops.
is South going to open a diamond with this hand? Okay, I was thinking
Yes, it
because
is.
it's been a while since I played against these guys, but I do remember them opening a lot of just like flat balanced like 8 and 9 counts at the one level. And
Yeah.
that kind of explains that board 17, where South with a 13 count on a singleton and 4-card support for his partner's major just invited with or just bid 2 spades to raise.
Yeah, so in fact, they pre-alert that they open balanced 8 counts white when they get to the table. So here, notice what's happened. North knows that East West have game values because South couldn't open a strong club and is limited, and their no trump range. I'm not sure what it is, but I would guess 13 to 15.
Um, it looks like 14 to 16 to me, but yeah.
So that caps South at 13 points. North has 2. He knows his opponents have at least 25, so he can make this frivolous one no trump bid, figuring that even if he gets into trouble, he has this diamond fit he can run to, and the opponents have game values. So one of the things that makes this pair really hard to play against is they can do things like this where they know where they're at, and here East West have no idea where they're at, right? All East has done is shown values. His partner is overcalled, but that's wide ranging. This is a position where North South have a pretty good handle on where they're at, and East West are going to have to sort things out effectively to salvage the game.
Now, in this case, when both East and West have extras, I don't think there's going to be any issue. If East decides to take the low road here and bids only 2 spades, West has enough stuff to bid again. And similarly, if East decides to take the high road and jump to 3 spades, for example, then West will have no problem raising.
Right. I mean, here, yes, with both players having, solidly more than an opening bid, good 15 opposite, a good 14 with a strong 6-card suit, they should get there. But it's hard to play against a pair that's doing this in every other board.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a different style than the Wibbly Edgeton that we were watching the other day, where they are pretty aggressive, but those actions tend to be in the shape of preempting with fewer than your normal length in some suits, and with pretty bad suits, they'll overcall fairly aggressively. Here, it's all about the opening bid being much lighter than you would expect.
Right.
So East has gone with 3 diamonds. I mean, it's a safe bid. It's a generic game force at this point in the auction.
Yeah, I think, right. So East, I think East was worried about any of his actions getting past even 3 spades, possibly, if West had a misfit.
Right.
So I think now, if West bids 3 hearts, he can bid 3 spades forcing, which is much better for him. It would be a complete disaster if West was sitting there with a singleton spade and a sound but not exceptional overcall and just checked 3 spades, and there they are, possibly going minus gold for 3 no trump. So I like this 3 diamond bid, planning to reveal exactly where he's at later.
Seems very reasonable. So I don't suspect South is the one thinking at this point, but South does pass.
It's actually possible that South paused for like 10 seconds there to make sure that there was a pause on his side of the tray, since this is a bit of a weird auction.
Yeah, that's actually reasonable. Where some of the more experienced players behind the screens will, if they think it's possible that their opponent will just make a very quick bid, then they'll take some time to make sure there aren't any break in tempo issues.
Yeah, I mean, South controls when the tray is passed, right? So he also could have just held it. I mean, it's also possible that South just asked about the 3 diamond bid and double, to try to figure out what's going on. And that was, he just asked his question before acting to avoid giving any information.
And it looks like that might be what's going on, because now West is clearly thinking over the pass. It's true that Brad Moss, not knowing who's going to be on lead, maybe he wanted to double 3 diamonds to say don't lead a diamond. That could have been what he was spending a little time on.
Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah, so West here, bit of a tough spot because he can't bid 3 no trump, obviously. He's short a heart, sort of, for a 3 heart bid here, but his hearts are, the functional equivalent of a 6 card suit. He has extras which he'd love to show, but doesn't have a convenient way to show them. Like, if you bid 3 spades here, like it shows your high cards, which is good if partner's looking for 3 no trump, but it's a little bit of a distortion of your shape if that's what he thinks East might be going for.
Yeah.
I kind of like 3 spades, but we'll see what he does.
Yeah, I would be very worried about bidding 3 spades, especially if partner and I weren't on the same page about some of these auctions, because that could look like a 4-card suit. And
well, that's 100%. And also I think there's, from West's point of view, it may sound like East doesn't have a diamond stopper, because if he has a diamond stopper and is looking for 3 no trump, this wouldn't be the way to do it. He would just bid 3 no trump. Yeah, so here he quite reasonably thinks that East is bidding based on a heart fit, which, certainly sounds like something that could be going on. As we see, like 4 hearts is fine, but it's far from East-West's best contract, and North-South made it really hard for them to get to their solid 8-card spade fit.
Yeah, and now Brad is wishing he had doubled 3 diamonds. Joe Grew might still get off to a club lead.
Oh, I don't think so. Well, yes and no, though, right? Because if he had doubled 3 diamonds, West could pass, and East-West would be able to sort out where they belong.
Yeah, very possibly.
Like that would make life much easier for West to, who you just wait and see what partner's really up to. Of course, then sometimes it goes pass, redouble, and you've got the same decision again.
The transfer the blame redouble.
Yes, like partner asked you to do something, and I really meant it. Yeah, so here, again, if you're East, I think you just have to pass. Like, in some partnerships, 4 spades would sound like key card. It's a little weird to be introducing a trump suit at the 4 level, and if he does, West looking at the ace queen of spades might also think that it's less likely it's an offer to play.
Well, I think East might bid, and I don't know what he's going to bid, but there are a couple of things that come to mind. For one thing, he probably does want to protect his king of clubs from the opening lead, which could be useful. So if he was able to declare spades as opposed to partner's hearts, that would be a nice benefit. But secondly, his partner has now showed extras. He might be thinking about slams. If partner had ace, king, queen, 6th of hearts, and ace doubleton of spades and nothing else in his hand, then sure, a club lead will defeat 6 hearts, but they have 12 tricks if they can get in.
Yeah, he may be a little concerned. Like, I think he knows that North is light, but 1 no trump still could have been, an offer to play on like queen 3rd of hearts and light values, and now he's got a potential trump loser in hearts, but maybe not in spades.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. It depending on how often East-West have played against this North-South pair, and I think it's probably
I suspect quite a bit, but they played as teammates also
they did,
a long time.
Because Grew and Moss were originally on the Fleischer team a while back. I don't know the most recent time they played with them, but I think someone had mentioned that as well. Al had mentioned that to the table when we first came in. They'll be aware of Joe Grew's tendencies to do this on effectively what is just a psych on this hand. He doesn't have a heart stopper. Right. He doesn't have any values. He has a long minor that he can run to. So I think Thomas is probably imagining that this is something like what Joe Grew's hand looks like.
Yeah, I think the danger is like that it was a semi-psych with something like Queen Third of Hearts and Queen Jack Sixth of
Mm-hmm.
Diamonds.
Uh-oh. I just got a message by VooGraph operator. VooGraph is complete. Table will close in 1 minute. Please don't.
I think that was just possibly a cut and paste from closing table from the previous segment that was
You
accidentally
don't know
pasted
what
in.
we went through for the first segment of Flag. You were not awake.
Wasn't there an issue getting going yesterday morning as well?
It was not like this. We didn't have anything for an
Wow.
hour and 15 minutes. But,
Oh wow.
well, hopefully the table doesn't close. I mean, I am excited to see what Tomat does. If he really thinks his partner's hand could be that ace, king, queen, sixth of hearts and ace doubleton of spades, maybe six spades is playable because we could hook opener for the spade queen, where it probably is. Yep, there we go. Saw that one coming. Sorry, chat. We'll get back in just a second, maybe.
I don't know if the table closed or what. I certainly got kicked out of
Hello,
it.
we're back.
Yeah, and I'm still. I see. I think I'm just seeing the chat because Bridge Winners doesn't clear chats. Yeah, so it looked like the URF operator was telling the truth.
This is a bit of a scary bid. So
Yeah.
I don't think they're reaching six hearts anymore. Oh,
So you think 5-no is pick a slam between 6 hearts and 6
no!
no
Oh
trump?
my god! Wait, if this is doing what I think it's doing, it's brilliant. Because I think so. He's bidding pick a slam. His partner's just going to bid six hearts, right? I mean, maybe his partner bids six clubs. Who knows? But then he's going to bid six spades, and now he's declared both no trump and spades. So his king of clubs is protected in both strains.
Mm-hmm.
This is a really clever try. Now, again, we can see that he has 12 tricks. The hearts come home. But he doesn't know that. So this is a really nice attempt, especially after the opponents have already opened and responded in the auction.
Yeah, it's still a little scary because East is really banking on his partner having at least 2 aces for that 4-heart bid, and I think West having shown extras is a strong favorite, but this is really going to be very uncomfortable for East West until they see each other's hands. They're going to be very, very nervous about whether they're too high. West because he has these very weak minors, and East because he's short on aces. Yeah, so as Danny Sprung predicted in the chat, East is bidding 6 diamonds to give partner one last chance to make a decision for the partnership here.
Less brilliant than I had originally hoped. I mean, I really thought East should just bid 6 spades over this 6 club bid, and that would kind of convey what's going on. I really am worried about the king of clubs.
I think, we'll see whether Cedric picks up on it. I think we can see, looking at East's hand, that the message he's trying to send is, partner, I'm pretty sure 6 no trump is playable, but we can play something else if you think that looks right.
Yeah.
Unless he's making a grand slam try,
this is the problem. This is the problem. West now gets to declare the spades,
right.
And
yeah, so if this is the contract, he's going to be on North to find the lead. I mean, by the way, it's possible that South pass a 3 diamond, says don't lead a diamond, and then North will be in good position to get this right.
I now wonder, actually, if East will pull to 6 no. Now that he knows they have a little bit of a spade fit, it looks like he can take his spade tricks, he'll take whatever heart tricks his partner has, and it's probably unexpected that West has an outside entry. That would be the reason to play spades over hearts, if you could rough the heart suit out and then get back over to West's hand to cash the hearts after pulling trumps. But if West has this kind of hand, like ace, king, jack, 6th of hearts, or whatever you want to call it, and the ace doubleton of spades, you can't do that. there's no way to pull trumps, ruff the hearts, and then get back to West's hand.
Yeah, so I think, right, in hearts, maybe you could play 3 rounds of spades, roughing them out after you draw trumps, and then have at least 2 diamond entries if you need them. And here, 6 no trump. East knows that if he can take 5 or 6 spades and 5 or 6 hearts, then he's cold because he has 2 diamonds and the king of clubs is protected. So 6 no might be a sensible action here anyway.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. I guess the possibility is, say West has queen third of clubs and the ace doubleton of spades, and his hearts are a little bit weaker. Then you could rough the hearts out, use the queen of clubs to get back to partner's hand after pulling trumps, and then you would have an entry to the long hearts. So
yeah, you'd still need to pick up the spades on that.
All right, he has bid 6 now. This is, I think, a pretty nice auction by East-West. Maybe there are like some small improvements if you want to make arguments for it, but I like West's 6 club bid over 5 no. He doesn't know what his partner's hand looks like. Partner might have a 6 card club suit over there and is just saying pick a slam. So, wow. Other room got to 6 spades in the West, and they did not find the club lead. So this had an opportunity for a huge swing.
I assume just a strong no trump transfer auction.
Yeah, pass by South, strong no trump transfer, and then North on lead against 6 spades ended up going with his longer minor, the diamond suit.
Yeah, here it's interesting. I was wondering if somehow they did end up in 6 spades, if South would pass and hope that passing 3 diamonds has sent the right message about the lead, or try a Lightner double, which lets the opponents run but also sends the message really effectively.
Yeah, I think he wouldn't want them running to 6 now.
I think so too. I think he would just trust that he had sent the message earlier that diamonds was not his best lead. And particularly playing precision, that'll be the case really often.
Yeah, so this, I mean, nicely done by the Fleischer squad in this room to kind of right side everything. They didn't really have a choice in the other room.
South might just try the ace of, South might just try the ace of clubs here, hoping that there's just been a bidding accident and they can cash a couple of club tricks.
Yeah, I think that would be reasonable.
And his best shot has to be that the East-West pair just weren't able to effectively cope with the North-South bidding. Like, I think, Moss knows that Gru's hand is very light because he ran from 1 no trump, so, to 2 diamonds, and, that he only has a 9 count himself, so. I think he has to be worried that as soon as East-West get the lead, they can run a million tricks in the majors.
Yeah, that seems accurate to me. Like, get your ace of clubs in. If your partner has a major suit trick for whatever reason, then you may as well cash this one.
He'll always get it.
If not, it doesn't look like you're somehow blowing the 12th trick by not leading diamonds.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I think, there's... a club could blow a trick, but it's not going to be the difference between making it down 1. Like, there's very little chance that... And also, the king of clubs could be in dummy, and then it was always going to be there. It's not like South was optimistic about setting up a side winner on opening lead. I mean, the opponents, they could be off both minor suit aces. It's not super likely, but it's certainly possible in this kind of bidding.
Yeah, certainly.
Anyway, Moss certainly is going to consider this very carefully, given that the East-West auction was kind of tortured.
Right.
I think you can also tell from the tempos that East-West were not totally confident they were on the same wavelength here. I
think they knew what they were doing. They were just carefully considering most of their bidding. Like Lorenzini.
Yeah, I mean, I think, right, like we can see, looking at all 4 hands, that in fact they more or less did, but less clear when you're sitting there as South, looking at your side of the screen.
Sure, yes. But again, it kind of goes both ways, since North, South, East, and West were all teammates at a time. They're probably pretty familiar with a lot of East-West discussions on some of these slam deals. And
yeah, although this is not an
No.
everyday situation.
But I do remember watching Basis and Lorenzini in the finals of the Spin Gold over the summer. I was doing commentary for that back then in Chicago, and I was pretty impressed overall with like their slam decisions. These delicate slam auctions, they frequently would pick off the right suit to play in, even a 4-3 fit. Some of the time, they didn't always get to the right contract, but they seemed to always be on the same page about what was going on. So, and once again, I think it shows. They get to what looks like the superior slam if you do want to be in a slam.
Yeah, I'm still wondering what what alternative South might be considering. I guess a diamond.
Yeah.
I mean, it just sounds so much like he's just prepared for a diamond lead. The way
Yeah,
he's
I
been.
mean, maybe South is considering a spade. I mean, no one's really bid spades in this auction, right? West 6 spades isn't exactly
Right.
natural. It shows a little something in the suit. And
I guess it's true. Like it might sound like East was making a grand slam try, bidding 5-no, ostensibly pick a slam, but then cubiting diamonds and overruling partner's decision. Like if he was going for 6-no all along, why stop and bid 5-no?
well, he was looking for hearts, right?
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah, Moss is kind of putting the pieces together, but it's I don't think it's so clear that East has to have a long spade suit on this auction. East could have more of a balanced hand type with a couple of clubs.
I mean, he kind of does have to have long spades, right? Because South is looking at 5 clubs. He knows his partner has at least 2 because North could have just raised diamonds directly. Um, he knows his partner. South knows that Gru has long diamonds, so East doesn't have length there. East doesn't have length in hearts because he could have steered the contract to 6 hearts. So he's got to have at least a bunch of spades. It doesn't have to be 6 necessarily, but I think he's as marked at
Yeah,
least
so
5.
I was thinking East could easily have 5-2-3-3 shape on this type of auction. So
Right.
Moss does decide to go just with a passive opening lead. I think this is very sensible. This hand might take a little while to play. I will say that. Declare has 11 top tricks, but he might think about finessing South for the Jack of Hearts, or he might think about
I mean, if South started with 4 hearts and the ace of clubs, there might be some kind of, something you can do by running all 6 spades.
not really. The count isn't rectified. I mean, it's just
Yeah, no.
basically like, does he want to hook the 10 of hearts or not? I think he's going to be a little bit slow on making that decision.
Yeah. Right. Obviously, whether North made a psych of 1-0 trump or a semi psych where he had a hard stopper and a diamond fit. I mean, here if he does it, he could lose the hearts by catching the ace and wait and take the finesse, but since he can't do anything against a 5-1 break anyway, if you take the finesse, you should probably do it on the first round.
Yeah, let's see. Can South somehow get like triple squeezed if they have all of the honors? Queen, Jack of Diamonds, Ace of Clubs, Jack, Fourth of Hearts. We come down to 7 cards in our hand. South has to keep 3 diamonds. They have to keep 4 hearts and therefore can't keep the Ace of Clubs. Yeah, so it does look like running 6 spades first, pitching a club now, and then maybe cashing the Ace King of Diamonds and playing that last spade could catch South in a triple squeeze if they did have basically everything.
Right.
So maybe that's what Declare is going to go with. Oh, he just throws the heart, which is totally fine. This hasn't cost the contract or anything. It's just an over trick. Ooh, and North has pitched a couple of hearts
Right.
as well. This might spell an easy remainder of play.
Yeah, and it's not like there was anything the defense could do, one way or another at some point. East is going to have to just play hearts, and whether it's via finesse or bang them
Yeah.
down is going to work. And North can certainly see that.
Yeah.
Even if he's got a singleton heart, Gru can see that Moss's holding was Jack 3rd at best to start with. Yeah, of course, this is giving you something to think about since it is a little unusual for North to be pitching from dummy source of tricks.
Yeah, but now that he's played a heart up and both opponents have followed, he knows that.
There's only 2 left, so you can just play him.
I mean, he's.
Again, by the way, assuming that the play record is correct, which, since he hasn't claimed it, may not be.
I think it is, but, he doesn't have.
Oh, because he still has the possibility of a 13th trick. Yeah, you're right.
It's not there, but he does at least have his contract made. So, I mean, he's going to be pretty happy with that. Obviously, he loses an imp for his troubles on this one.
Yeah. I think he'll be perfectly happy just to have gotten this contract and gone plus. Obviously in the Rising, it would be a great disappointment to lose this imp, since you got to 6 no trump instead of 6 of a major and you're off a cashing ace.
I also think, as Larry Cohen was pointing out, in the Risinger, you probably wouldn't take this line of play, being extra careful, pitching that heart from the west hand.
That's true. Yeah, you would just cash your winners and, hope for 13. Good point. All right, so a very exciting imp to the Fleischer team.
To the
Amoyles team.
But good save by Basis and Lorenzini here to reach the slam.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very well done by them to overcome this north-south interference.
Well, if you ask Gru and Moss, East-West were the ones interfering with their auction. All right. I guess normally as the week goes on, or the event goes on, and we get closer and closer to the finals, we will see play slow down a little bit. So that could be part of the reason for declarers kind of playing out all of these hands tortuously and taking that extra minute, trying to be as careful as possible on some of these decisions.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe the players are off to a little bit of a break because we don't have the board loading in yet. I'm going to take a look at what happened in the other room, just briefly, with Zamir and Toledano's auction on that one to get to 6 spades. After the strong no trump, we had a 2-heart transfer to spades, West declared, and then 4 spades looks like a mild slam try. Is that how most people play this?
Yeah, it seems right with with a hand like the East hand. If partner can get excited, then you're happy, but you don't want to unilaterally propel the hand.
And so West, despite only having 15 high card points for his strong no trump, has 2 key cards, the trump queen, and a side 5-card suit, which is a source of tricks. He's thrilled to take over, try key card, finds all but 1, and sticks it in 6 spades.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, a slightly worse auction just because they were not able to put the declaration in East, but there was no way to do that. Any strain they got to would have been by West, except possibly 6 hearts because he's...
Hey now, South African Texas, what's wrong with that? We saw it the other day.
We saw it, yeah.
But yes, system-wise, East-West kind of were just boxed into declaring the hand from the no trump opening side, which you often think is the right thing to do, but in this case, West had 3 small in the minors.
I actually, I hadn't really thought about it, but I'm a little surprised that South African isn't making a comeback because 14-16 has become very popular, which means it's going to be much more often the case that the responding hand is actually the strong hand of the partnership. And when's the last time you beat Gerber anyway directly over one no trump, right? I've been playing bridge 30 years. I think I've done it once. So given that bit is kind of useless, and the other thing, the weaker the no trump hand is, the more useful that bit is. You would think maybe at some point, it'll make a comeback.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very possible. I know that I had a partner many years ago who swore by South African Texas and said that you just have to play it, otherwise he refused to play any no trump systems.
Yeah, and so for the kibitzers who are unfamiliar with the method, South African Texas is 4 clubs for hearts and 4 diamonds for spades instead of 4 diamonds and 4 hearts. So that way, responder can ask opener whether he wants to declare or transfer the declaration. It gets you an extra step.
Yeah, note the huge difference in opening bid choices depending on the vulnerability from Gru and Moss here. Like, Joe Gru has a 10 count here, 5 good spades, a side 4-card suit, 2 doubletons, and all of his honors are working, but does not open this hand in second seed because of the vulnerability.
Yep. And nor did Marty Fleischer in the other room, but they got to a different contract via a heart pass, a spade, all pass. And here South with a very nice looking 13 count did take a rebid, and that got the partnership a level higher.
I'm wondering, that auction heart of spade all pass, is that because they play Flannery? Because otherwise South might be looking at a 4-2 fit.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. Yeah, that pass by South is not totally safe if partner can have a 4-card spade fit. 4-card spade suit, rather.
Well, Declare is going to do quite well in this club contract, over roughing East and spades, over roughing West and hearts.
Yeah, despite being off the Ace King Jack of trumps, the Jack was in front of the Queen and the suit splitting.
Yeah, so I imagine the Jack of spades will come now. We know that East is showing out on this next spade, and we really don't want East to pitch that heart. Otherwise, when we lead a heart, West will not be forced to rough in front of us. So Jack of spades will force East to rough. We can over rough that, then lead a heart towards our hand and score our 8th trick that way.
Yeah, and we have a 7th trick guaranteed no matter what, because we have the 10, 9, 8 of clubs, and only the Ace King were outstanding at that point. So
that feels like a lot from that position.
It really does. And Joe Gru is a very strong declarer. Yeah, I think we'll probably see an adjustment, but given that there may have just been a lot of cards hitting the table quickly, the operator may have just not been able to keep up with the action.
Maybe it really was just an enormous number of tricks coming through. Declare did not have a lot of losers from that position. I was just counting up to 8, then the rest is gravy on top.
No, you're right. Deep Finesse says 130 was the answer, and the defense had 0 tricks, and at that point only had 2 clubs and 1 diamond to come.
Well, this is another exciting opening bid choice. Probably not everyone's decision with the South hand, but 2 passes comes around to him. He opens a... I'm staring at the convention card, and it looks like 15 to 17.
So it is, but if you've ever played even a 2-board round against Moss and Gru, you know that this 3rd seed no trump is really like 13 to 17. They very much just open up the range and do it on any hand that looks like they might want to play a no trump.
And in fact, I think the last time I watched this pair, Brad Moss also opened a no trump on a 6-card major suit. So, like with a 13 count or something. So maybe this is just like very common for them, and
it's 100%. This is common for them. Yeah, this is just the partnership style. And I've actually experimented with this, and not on a hand that's extreme with no stoppers outside, but like ace, king, jack, six, and two kings or some holding like that can be really effective.
Yep.
Like so much of the time, you're going to end up in 3-no trump anyway if partner has a double tin in your suit where there's no roughing value, so you're better off just treating it as a source of tricks. Bidding it immediately can be really effective because it just makes it so hard for the opponents to figure out what's up.
Yeah, so with both minor suit aces on side, Declarer does have a chance to make this. He, depending on how West chooses to defend after winning this heart, he might be put to a diamond guess for his contract.
Mm-hmm.
No, so I was wondering if Lorenzini would try this effect of switching to the club queen. And it's a little bit more risky for Moss to cover with the king, because if it fails, he's at risk of losing a ton of club tricks. But
right.
If he wants to make his contract, he does need to fly the king here, and he does do it.
Yeah, I think given that he has the 9 and 8, it's going to be hard for the opponents to run the club suit.
So maybe a good attempt by Lorenzini, but it was not to be. And now he will just take the next 6 spades. Obviously, from Cedric's perspective, he doesn't know Declare just has 6 running spades. So maybe he was just trying to set up a couple of clubs for his side.
Right, like I think he's well aware, as everyone at this level is, that North-South third seat 1-no trumps are extremely suspect, but it doesn't have to be, doesn't have to be this either. Yeah.
So one imp going the way of a Moyles, who after dropping 11 on the first board of the set for the slam decision from the other room, have just been picking up a couple of these over tricks here and there, and these can add up over the course of the match.
Yeah, I think Grew and Moss are showing that they're in good Risinger form, having won 4 boards to 1.
Yes. So South opens a no trump, 14 to 16 here, and North has definitely a game force this time.
Yeah, I think North will just opt for a small in sequence and get to 4 hearts that way pretty quickly.
So 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, no 4-card major. He can bid 3 spades to show 4 spades and 5 or more hearts. And if partner rejects, he can then transfer by going through 4 diamonds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, partners 3-2 in the majors. South will bid 3-no trump. Oh, he just actually... Oh yeah, this works too. Delay Texas. I wasn't thinking.
Yeah, so I guess this would be the other option, and this is probably the option of I'm not interested in slam. Going through Smolin would show some slam interest, I suppose.
Yeah, makes sense since you have 2 ways to show the same destination. So I think West will lead a high club. Yep, and with the trumps both offside, he'll lose those, but spades are 3-3, so he doesn't even need to worry there.
Yeah, it looks completely safe. He can run the 10 of hearts and then play a heart to the ace and then rough the 4th round of spades if necessary.
Planning to rough the 4th round of spades. Yep. I think that's pretty likely. West will probably play trumpet trick 2, maybe. I don't know what you do. Maybe a diamond trick 2. I don't know. Not that anything really matters, but looking at that dummy, he knows it's going to be kind of grim.
I wonder if you continue clubs at trick 2. Well, Thomas is giving a signal here, but
yeah.
But if you think.
And I think that is presumably a suit preference for diamonds, mostly saying don't lead a spade and not necessarily affirmatively do lead a diamond.
I think you're right about that. But I was thinking, as West, we don't know the opponents are in a 6-3 fit. So if we could start tapping dummy, it's possible that partner's trump tricks come home for us.
Right. Yeah, although I think if that were the case, East would be playing a middle club to say continue.
Right, yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm thinking that Lorenzini is put off of this plan of trying to tap out that 6-card heart suit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's sort of a common expert method is when there's a singleton and dummy, high and lower suit preference, and therefore middle is the continue
Hmm.
or neutral message. Yeah, this is a little surprising because it looks like, I mean, obviously West can see that he has nothing to protect. East didn't want West to lead a spade because if West has him holding like king third, it would be a disaster. I mean, maybe he doesn't want to lead a diamond because if he's just signaling that he has the ace of diamonds, he wants to preserve the chance for Declare to
Yeah.
misguess it.
And I think from his perspective, if they weren't getting spade tricks, they weren't beating it.
Mm-hmm. I think that's right. But yeah, here our partner had two trump tricks as he does and the ace of diamonds. They do have a chance to. Well, I guess then they would beat it anyway because they would have four winners on power.
All right. West shows out, and we will get a claim. 10 tricks.
I guess I'm maybe a little surprised that there was no diamond play. Well, I guess I'm just thinking like if South had ace of diamonds, no king, but the queen jack 10 of clubs and a roughing finesse, you might need to set up that diamond.
Yeah. But then I don't think East can have all of those hearts.
Yeah, maybe that's true.
Because South was already pretty minimum in terms of high cards.
Right, playing 14 to 16, that would give South 13 even on that on that optimal layout, which I guess is possible for this north-south pair, but yeah. I think against the odds they're relatively relatively sound in first and second seed as far as adhering to their methods.
Well, 4 hearts making at both tables, 10 tricks is a push, and we're on board 23. We got 8 boards left to play in the segment. There will be a short break actually quite a long break, about an hour and a half, for the players to get some food.
Yeah, we had a short break yesterday because we were kibitzing a slow table.
Yes.
This is a delight.
But then we will be resuming around 4 p.m. Eastern U.S. time is when the next set is scheduled to be on VuGraph.
Yeah, so North is obviously going to start with 2 clubs. He may just be, taking a moment to contemplate every possible continuation to make sure that he's ready on a hand like this.
Yeah, he's got this balanced 24 count, and for them, their 2 no trump opening range is 22 to 23.
So he has so I assume that'll mean a Kokish auction. Their 2 clubs is probably either 2021 or bigger than 2 no trump. Yes, that's a method some pair where Rob and I adopted this quite a few years ago, inverting 2 clubs and 2 no trump openings so that 2 clubs includes your balanced 2021s. And we found it was pretty effective, and it looks like starting to catch on.
Yep, so there we go. We do see the Kokish bid, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts. This is either some hand with hearts or a big balanced hand, 2 spades asking, and now 2 no trump from North will show 24 or more high card points.
So I actually don't remember when you and I started playing that way. I mean, I remember we had that conversation with Roger Lee, and we were like, "Oh, actually, this sounds really awesome." But I don't remember if we were just yakking it up and came up with it, or if we had actually seen it in play. And
no, well, I was in with the European crowd at the time, and I had just finished playing a tournament with Sina Boost Thompson from Denmark, and she was telling me all about how this was the greatest convention of all time, and. So then I talked with the Rimstedt brothers, Ola and Mikkel, and they also supported it. I mean, no surprise, all 3 of them have just actually won the 2-day border match.
So. I saw the Dwyer team won. I didn't realize that.
I guess Sina was not on the team this year. It was with Cecilia. But yeah, so all of the Europeans have been supporting this method for quite some time. And it adds a lot of extra texture to your transfer auctions over no trump openers as well.
Yeah, I remember that night we were hanging out with Roger Lee and kind of talking about it, and he was like, positing a few ideas. And then we played it in some regional knockout the next day, and it came up and won us a swing.
Yeah, it's great. I would highly recommend it, but make sure you check with your partner first. Well,
Yeah, I think what's for the benefit of the spectators, what's good about it is you can show 20 to 21 and still stop below 2 no trump on some of these hands because you can transfer into the majors. We all know it's a disaster when it's like 20 opposite, one or two, like a 20.2 no trump opposite jack fifth of your suit and out is really bad for playing at the 3 level. So getting to play a lower level is really nice on a hand like that. And also you have more bidding space when you have a big hand as well.
So taking a look back at the auction,
Anyway, back to reality here.
From north, south jumped to 4 spades. I don't know exactly what this 4 spade bid is intended to show. It might be something like a quantitative invite without major suits.
Yeah, that's maybe they 4-0 might be quantitative with 4-4 in the minors or something like that too.
So anyway, South makes this quantitative invite, but Joe Grew, despite having this jackless 24 count, is kind of minimum for the auction and does not accept.
Yeah, it's also, I think Gru can tell this is going to be not a great playing hand because he has the ace king queen of diamonds, and these, which means he can't cross the partner's hand at diamonds. The ace king queen 4 of hearts, so he can cross once in hearts. So if he needs to do anything in the black suits, he's just going to be very short on entries to do it because his red suits are, kind of weirdly too strong.
Yeah, now after the club opening lead, he did have 12 tricks available. The other table was making 11. For 660 in that room, but
yeah, of course, not at all safe for him to play a second club up toward the queen. If West was sitting there with those clubs, he would just be down in 4-0 trump. Anyway, I think we're gonna see Gru, cash this diamond, hoping something good happens. But it will not.
Push board. He just asked about heart split and was told they were 4-2. So on to board 24, we got 7 boards to play.
Indeed.
So West gonna pass. Gru, probably opens a heart with the north hand.
Yeah, I think we'll see how he treats it. In playing in their light precision style, this is not far off from a maximum with an ace in a really strong 6-card suit, 6-4.
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering if he is the type of player who might be tempted to preempt hands like this. I don't think that's Joe Gru's style. We've seen players do that in this event, but I believe he's happy to just open at 1 level.
Yeah, I think maybe in 3rd seed he might try 3 hearts, but in 1st seed there's no reason to kind of decide what the hand is. I think East will probably not be tempted to overcall, but maybe stick in a light takeout double, and just hope that diamonds are not going to be his partner's choice.
I think often the right way to approach playing against a hyper-aggressive pair is to make your actions more aggressive as well. And so I was going to say, I think it's very important for East actually to double, even though facing a past hand partner with only 11 and not great distribution, he probably knows it's not a game hand, but you can still lose 4 or 5 imps or 6 imps on these part score swings.
Yeah, if it's everyone's hand for 110, the opponent's in hearts and yours in spades, that's it's a meaningful swing. I think the alternative is to pass and hope to be able to double 2 hearts later, but that's more. Even though balancing is usually good, sometimes it can be kind of weirdly more dangerous, and he might think this is one of the spots.
So Basis.
Yeah, so West with a maximum passed hand is Q bidding very sensibly.
Yeah, probably thinking, hey, we made a slam earlier when they had an auction like this. Let's get back in there. But
yeah. And South's 2 diamonds here shows a sound raise to 2 hearts. If he had bid 2 hearts directly, that could be just a complete nothing hand.
Yeah, so I wonder what North is going to do at this point. I'm sure he's bidding some number of hearts. The question is, does he
Yeah.
feel comfortable enough jamming 4 hearts into this auction, figuring that could give the opponents a little bit of a problem if they don't know what their fit is yet? Or
Yeah, I think with that stiff spade, right, he has to figure the opponents can make a bunch of spades. So 4 hearts, could be a good save over 3 spades. It could be a make if partner has slightly stronger diamonds. Give him the jack instead of the 10, or put the jack in east hand, and 4 hearts is actually a make.
yeah, but Joe Grew, I guess, sensibly decides, let's try and keep this auction constructive. Partner has showed values, so there's no guarantee the opponents are actually making a ton of spades. Spades could be 4-1 out against them. And he just goes with the 3-diamond kind of game try.
Yeah. Yeah, if South had, better diamonds, then he would know to bid a game, and that would actually be a very good spot for North-South. As it is, they can make 4 hearts by running the 10 of diamonds through West, although I don't think anyone would actually do that.
Yeah, that seems unlikely.
Yeah.
But yeah, with...
Yeah, so North does respect South's rejection of the game try.
And given that South has made this terrible opening lead...
An unsuccessful
Yes.
opening lead. Let's not judge.
No judgment. He's leading partner's suit, which is very reasonable. But this will allow Declare to score an extra diamond trick to pitch a heart loser.
Yeah, I think it's sort of free for Tomas to duck this toward his 9 and hope that an honor pops up on his right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he may still not take that second diamond. Well, I guess when the 10 shows up, he will. For the moment, I'm sure his thought is that this is a doubleton diamond.
Sure. Yes. That makes sense as well.
I mean, as it is, though, he can also just... I guess, he doesn't have the timing to pitch a heart on a club because the opponents can get in with a spade and shift to hearts. I mean, he might duck it just to try to cut North-South off from each other. South has a doubleton, and the ace of spades is with South instead of North, and the club king is with North instead of South, then he can cut the Declare's communications just by ducking here.
Yeah, now that I'm staring at this a bit more, we really want to be leading spades towards the king in our hand, because we know North is marked with the spade, or probably has the spade ace. So...
Yeah, I think probably has a spade ace, and it's probably shortness, since we know North has at least 9 cards in the red
I could
suits.
definitely see Declare just flying the ace of diamonds here to lead a low spade, and if he can guess the spade suit, then assuming clubs split, he's going to be able to just lose 1 trick in every suit: spades, hearts, diamonds, and clubs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think there is... I think from his point of view, he knows there's actually a pretty decent chance that North has singleton ace of spades, because if this is a doubleton, as he might suspect, that gives North 11 cards in the red suits, and if North had a void, he might just have bid 4 hearts. So on those layouts, he's exactly 1-6-5-1.
Yeah. Okay, well, we do have him ducking trick 1 around towards his 9. North wins the queen and switches to the queen of hearts. This is... Declare ducks this as well.
Yeah, I think North presumably is just trying to make it look like he has one of South's minor suit cards, and that South has North's king of hearts.
Yeah, so I was going to say this is a very sensible false card to make in the heart suit. I don't think South was going to be fooled by it, but as you say, Declare might place the honors incorrectly. I'm still a little bit shocked that Declare didn't fly the heart ace to try and ditch their heart on the other diamond.
Yeah, I think again, probably just trying to cut the Declare's communications, cut the defense's communications. He doesn't want another diamond from South. Like, because now it really looks like North had the king queen of diamonds, so I think he probably just didn't want to give South an entry.
Makes sense.
I'm not sure exactly what he's guarding against by doing that, but there's no particular reason to make the defense's life easy. So I think, given that he's happy to have North on lead, ducking the heart accomplishes that.
Okay.
Yeah. So here,
I was gonna say I kind of like the king of spades lead.
Yeah, me too, because it wins against Singleton Jack and North also.
And so when North switched to that Queen of Hearts, we can confidently mark North with not a Singleton club, which is why Declarer was not tempted to fly the Ace of Clubs on the first round of the suit to prevent a ruff, for example.
And that Deuce of Clubs could have been away from King Doubleton.
Yeah, but that too as well. But if we believe the
trying to job Declarer into
so
flying
if we believe
ace.
the auction, North is marked with 6 hearts, 4 diamonds for the 3 diamond bid, at least 2 clubs, and therefore only 1 spade, which means leading the king of spades effectively is enough to help us claim at this point. But Tomas going to be working this out. I mean, it's possible Joe Gru's diamond bid is not based on a 4-card suit, in which case Declare needs to be a little bit more careful about how he handles the spades.
Yeah, so Declare has to make sure. So he has to pick up the spades because he's lost 3 tricks and has his spades to lose. And he has to make sure he doesn't lose a ruff in one of the minors, presumably diamonds. So it's, there's a little bit of care to be taken here.
Okay, new plan. Diamond to the ace, low spade.
So it turns out that's mostly fine. I think the king of spades actually I think is not great here because you do that, North wins, let's say just plays another club. What do you want to
do? We win the queen of clubs, we play a club to the ace, and now we run the 10 of spades.
Sure, but for that to work, well, I guess then he'll know the spade break because North only had room for 1 spade at that point. Well, not necessarily, right? Because North could be 2-5-4-2, and now he just roughs the club and you're down. So it's not.
No. Hearts can't be 5-4. South bid 2 diamonds.
Okay, that's true. That's fair.
I mean,
But then all these are probably what's going through East mind at this point.
Okay. He runs the 10 of spades.
Yeah, so he does lead the 10 first to preserve flexibility later, which is a play I like.
Yeah, this is pretty reasonable as well.
Given that you're always finessing South for the Jack, right? He was never going to pick off Ace-Jack Doubleton in North.
So now we can ruff with the 8 of spades, pitch a diamond, king of spades, and a spade hooking.
Yeah, and now, now you don't have to worry about blocking the clubs because trumps will be drawn.
Right. This is all very good technical play. So now he can lead the 8 of spades, which is going to hold the trick, and then he's going to play a club to the queen just to make sure that the club suit breaks. Because if clubs happen to be 4-1 with North having a singleton, again, kind of unlikely, but possible, then he'll be able to use the king of spades to get back to his hand to cash the ace of clubs.
Or he can cash the other club, rough a diamond, and have a coup against South.
There's a ton of ways. So this is nice technique by East to make 3 spades or to bring 3 spades home. Brad Moss is going through, is there anything I can do about this? But he says no.
And 1 imp to Fleischer, because in the other room, North-South did get to 4 hearts, needing to pick up the diamonds to go plus 420, and we're not able to guess that reverse finesse position.
Well, East led a diamond at trick 1. So,
Oh, I didn't look at the play.
I mean, East West have a diamond ruff available, and so that made things a little bit easier for their side.
Oh, of course. Right. With East holding the Ace of Hearts, West just ducked the diamond and gave his
Yeah.
partner a third round diamond ruff. Yep. Nonetheless, par result for that team, going minus 104 hearts doubled. Yeah, so here, as we said, like Gru and Moss are, very wide ranging in later positions, but here, North was not tempted to upgrade his 13 count to a 14 to 16 no trump.
Yeah, and I wonder if that has caused some problems because.
Yeah, so as we saw on the first or second board, this very heavy responding hand, being wary of bidding a game in the partnership style.
Yeah, no, I imagine they weren't going to get to the right game. 3 no trump looks like the only game that makes for North South. They have 3 hearts, 3 clubs, 2 spades, and probably a diamond that they're going to end up scoring. But
I think with the King of Spades on side and the 10 of Hearts in the West hand, you can probably make.
Well, there's a diamond ruff outstanding is the only issue.
Oh, right. Ace King of Diamonds in a ruff and the King of Hearts still to come. That's right. And here, I think Declare is just going to run the Queen of Hearts. He's only in 2, so he can afford to lose a bunch of tricks and still go plus.
Yeah, that makes sense. The other table did reach 4 hearts. I mean, obviously the 13 opposite 12, 25 highs. They found their major suit fit and kind of quickly bid up to the game.
Yeah, I would call this a very strange system win for Gru and Moss. Being wary of getting any higher than the 2 level on quite a good hand like South.
I mean, like 4 hearts is not exactly a great contract. You need the Spade King on more or less, or to pick up the trumps for no losers, right, which is pretty unlikely.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's non-vulnerable, so you need like 50-50 is the break-even point for a non-vulnerable game. So that's the spade finesse alone, and then picking up trumps for 0 losers is
and then nothing else bad to happen, like this diamond ruff. So there are some issues, but Queen of Hearts holds the trick. This is probably really nice defense by West.
Yeah, it's kind of a very well-known position with King 10 4th, but still nice to recognize it.
Yeah, because now if Brad Moss, who's declaring this, leads the Jack of Hearts next from the dummy, West is going to end up with 2 trump tricks that he otherwise wasn't entitled to. He can only score 1 on his own power.
Right.
All right, Brad Moss now gets the bad news, leading a heart to his ace.
Yeah, I think I'll probably just try the spade finesse now. Oh, sorry. Catch some clubs to pitch 2 diamonds, then try a spade finesse. You think I'm wrong?
Well, I'm wondering, because if he plays this next club and it gets roughed on his left, he doesn't really have a hand entry. Okay, he does just...
Right, but he's still got 8 tricks, right? Because he'll have a spade and 2 hearts because the Jack will win, and also have the 9-8-7. So that's 8 tricks. He can't go down. Yeah.
But I was kind of wondering whether or not he would be trying to rough a spade in the south hand, or if he's more looking at... working on diamonds, like playing a diamond to the 9 eventually. Looks like both are going to be successful.
Yeah, I think obviously given he's pitching 2 spades, that certainly is his plan.
So yeah, he actually had an opportunity to make 10 tricks here. Looks like he's going to end up with 9 if East-West do get their diamond rough from this position. Which I'm guessing they will. Lorenzini's seen a lot of signals from his partner, these encouraging diamonds. Sorry, not encouraging, count.
Right, well, he's also,
these count diamonds.
I mean, he's also seen so many high cards from South. If South had an additional king, then he would have been bidding more aggressively than he was. As it is, he's seen South show up with a full opening bid already, so there's really not much more he can hold.
And he does fly the diamond ace, likely to play a diamond to his partner's king to get the ruff.
Yeah, he might cash the king of hearts first.
But either way, 140. Okay, we do just get the claim. Yeah, 5 imps going the way of Moyles on that one. We got 5 boards to play.
So the match score, I see. So it's a quiet segment following a lot of fireworks in the first set. Yeah, which I missed. It looked like you did a little bit of a recap on your stream, which I caught the end of.
Yeah, I was just taking a look. I mean, there's 16 imps on one hand. There are a couple 13 imp swings. Wow. It was crazy. I was expecting more of that in this segment, but
in the Hans Levine match that we were watching, where the third segment had a ton of double-digit swings, and then the last segment was I think the biggest swing was, I think there was one 10-imp swing, and everything else was single digits.
Well,
so here North-South are back in standard 2/1 land because they're vulnerable.
The no trump was 14-16. North bids Stamen and decides on the value of his 5-card suit, pretty good 5-card suit, to just game force the hand, even though a little bit light on high cards.
Yeah, here it's going to work out, I think, okay for him with the clubs situated very well. So we'll take 5 clubs, and this heart is 6. And yeah, he's not going to make it, but and the hearts are now going to be potentially blocked if North puts up the queen. South can guess the spade, and then the defense will not be able to cash all of their hearts.
Yeah. So kind of oddly enough, from a double dummy perspective, the only way to beat this is for East to play low.
It is for East to duck this heart, which is awfully difficult.
Probably not going to happen. I mean, he is looking at all of the other low spot cards, but I think more importantly, well...
I mean, if he knows that West's suit is 4th best, the problem is if it's King Jack 8 deuce, then Declare has 2 heart stoppers with his hypothetical ace 10 9, and
that does kind of blow up the defense immediately at trick 1, something that I kind of advocate against in general. You often want to be able to play out a few cards before you make the disastrous decision to declare an extra trick. But here, I think East can kind of see what's going to happen. It's not so clear that Declare won't take a diamond finesse when he gets to dummy, but it looks as if... Okay, so he does put up the heart queen. All right.
Yeah, I think the problem is West could just have an ace instead of a king, queen, jack on the side, and king, jack, 4th of hearts, and then you'd really feel stupid. Like, then you don't need the extra heart trick to go plus. You have 3 hearts and 2 aces.
Okay, well, let's see if Thomas is correct, because I think it would be a very far-sighted play to play a low heart. But I suspect we're going to see this line of play of run 5 clubs.
Yeah, I think asking East to play a low hard is kind of masterminding. Honestly, I think he knows West has values. Those values could be so many different combinations. Playing low is catering to exactly the one that exists, but
Well, I have the feeling Declare
anyway,
is going to make it from here.
yeah, he does need to guess the spades, since if he loses the king of diamonds, East West will have 5 tricks. So he needs to play on spades rather than diamonds, and diamonds seems more attractive because spades you have to guess the jack, and diamonds you just
No,
need
you
to find the
don't.
king.
You don't have enough tricks if you get 2 diamond tricks. You need.
Sure you do, because now you revert to spades and only knock out the ace, but don't have to worry about finding the jack.
Yeah, but I mean, that's like taking one finesse over a different finesse.
Well, you also might have end play chances, right? By exiting a heart at some point. I don't know. We'll see what he does, and I would trust whatever Brad Moss does is the right decision.
Yeah. Okay.
But like, given that you need one of the 2 finesses, it feels like the diamond is more straightforward to me. And he's also going to get some information over the next 3 tricks.
And, depending on what East ends up discarding, that's going to give a couple of things away. I suspect East is probably going to start pitching diamonds. And that's probably going to give away the show in the diamond suit.
Yeah, I think that would be... I mean, here, of course, he wants to keep his hearts... because they're winners, but if he pitches spades, that also is very revealing because he would never pitch away from the jack of spades.
Yes. So, a spade discard, but this is going to make Declare much more likely to play on spades, of course.
Agreed, yeah. Yeah, so I think you were correct that he's going to make it from this point.
Yeah, the table did stop in 2 no trump and take their 8 tricks. I wonder, did East play low at trick 1 on a heart? I don't think so. 2 of hearts goes to the queen. And Declare ends up.
Yeah.
Well, while we wait to see what happens, I'm just going to look through the other room.
So, the other table, East kept all of his spades pitching diamonds, which gave away the show there. So Declare let a spade toward the king and went to hell just cashed the ace of diamonds for his
that
8th
seems
trick.
very reasonable on 2 no trump.
Yeah, if he had played a second spade and he started with ace jack, he was going to be down on a contract where he had a cashing ace for his right. 8th trick. So, yeah, much more comfortable. But of course, here, South is highly likely to win 11 imps for trouble. Actually, is 580. Yeah, 580 is 11.
Yeah.
480 is also 11, I think.
480 is 10.
Is 480 11?
Yeah.
480 is 10. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, I should remember to keep an imp scale on hand because I do not know it offhand.
Yeah, 11 starts at 500 to 590.
I see. So if he makes an over trick, he'll win 11 imps?
Yes. Seems unlikely, but I like the way you're thinking. So you're more and more on board for East ducking the opening heart lead, is what you're telling me.
By the way, also I would say that if 2 world-class players chose not to duck, that, that's a strong indication that ducking is technically incorrect.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times you just don't waste a lot of brain power on these things that seem like just do the normal thing.
I think that's true. I think the main reason not to duck is you don't need 4 heart tricks to go plus on an awful lot of layouts. So if you give Declare an undeserved second one, that's probably much worse than costing your side the second under trick.
Yeah. Reasonable point. Well, East is struggling here.
Yeah, and I think right, he really doesn't want to pitch a heart, even knowing that if Declare knocks out the spade first, that he won't be able to cash them. From his point of view, the hearts are by far the best chance to go. Actually, one heart is safe to pitch, right? Because he knows they're blocked. So if Declare plays on spades first, he needs partner to have a trick no matter what.
Yes.
So I think here he's kind of, I think he kind of has to pitch a heart to make sure Declare doesn't have too easy a time reading what's going on. No, but he does pitch a spade, so now Declare is going to do quite well. I think, he's seen 2 spade pitches from East and 1 from West, so.
Yeah, the only alternative Brad Moss would have here is to play a diamond to the jack and hope that East has come down to King Doubleton in diamonds. And it's true, if East had all of these cards, the ace of spades, king of diamonds, and the hearts were not blocked, then East really legitimately was squeezed on this trick.
Yeah, and Moss knows hearts are 5-4, but he doesn't know about the blockage, so he has to be worried about losing the lead and the defense just cashing out 4 hearts. So maybe East has done well to keep his hearts for that reason, to kind of preserve this illusion. If East had just had Queen 8 fifth instead of Queen 7 fifth, then it wouldn't be safe for Declare to knock out the spade.
And so Brad Moss might think that that's his only real legitimate chance to make, is if East happened to hold all of these cards. Because now he could play a diamond to the jack,
right,
ace of diamonds dropping the king, and then the queen of diamonds would set up for his 9th trick.
Right, so he has to decide whether it's more likely that the heart suit is blocked in the way it is, or if, as you say, there's been this position where East was forced to bear the king of diamonds. Yeah, that is what he's playing for.
So that is going to be...
So after all that, he's
down
going to be
2.
Right, down 2. The defense have 5 winners from here. Again, assuming that West can read to bang down the ace jack 8 of hearts, because if he plays to East ace to get a heart through... Oh, no, never mind. He's seen the queen of trick 1.
Yeah, so 8 imps going the way of Fleischer. Could have been a pickup for Moyles there if Brad Moss had picked the right thing to do in that end position. But ultimately, I think he did the right thing. And
actually a very, very nice, thoughtful defense from East there to, to mimic the layout that Moss ended up playing for.
I thought it was a little bit weird, the order in which East discarded his cards, and that made me think that Brad Moss might go right. But it's just so much higher percentage than playing for exactly this blocked heart suit. All right.
Yeah, really
On
interesting.
board 27, we get a club from West on 11 highs. North going to overcall a spade.
So we'll see. Yeah, or possibly 2 spades. Remember, South has passed in the context of this really light opening style, so North can kind of screw around if he wants to, but he just does a spade.
So 2 diamonds is showing hearts here.
And Danny Sprung points out that many Souths would open a 3-diamond preempt, as Brad Moss did not here.
Yeah. I think these players, Joe Grew and Brad Moss, like to kind of keep their preamps somewhat solid. I mean, sometimes they'll have 5-card suits for some of their 2-level preamps, but they like to have kind of more constructive hand types than what South has on this one.
Yeah, so back to the other table, we can see they played 3 diamonds, double down 2 for 300, and East-West can make 5 hearts fairly easily. So if they get to game, they'll earn a 4-imp swing for their side.
Right.
So East has been 2 diamonds showing hearts. West has shown at least 3 hearts, and probably usually exactly 3.
Yeah, and 2 spades is just an artificial game force. three spades looks like,
Yep.
yeah, might be
Showing it.
natural.
Yeah. Yeah, I think kind of like showing a stopper and denying a
Mm-hmm.
diamond stopper. Oh, sorry. Never mind. North mid spades. Oh, it's south is showing diamonds. Yeah, so I think showing a spade stopper, denying a diamond stopper, since the opponents have synthetically bid both suits.
Definitely. And now East has to decide. I mean, he is flat and balanced. He might think Queen Doubleton.
I mean, West could only have a two-card heart. West could only have a doubleton heart here fairly easily to accept that transfer. I mean, well, actually, over the double, he should have three hearts,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I think the heart fit is known, but East might be thinking about trying
Yeah.
3-0 with his Queen Doubleton, figuring that it might be enough to stop the diamond suit. But he does go on to four hearts.
Yeah, I think, he sort of knows that West, despite having a lead director of diamonds, doesn't have that great a suit again because of the inference that he didn't preempt. But they do just get to the normal four hearts, and this will be pretty quick with the queen popping up on the second round of the suit. Clubs lying extremely favorably.
Yeah, I expect 11 tricks here. As you had mentioned earlier, Declare is going to be able to probably
Yeah, I think
take the heart finesse.
there's a little bit of entry management since you need 3 entries to dummy to take the heart finesse, take the club finesse, and then run the clubs. But I don't think it'll be too taxing.
I mean, singleton spade switch, Declare will fly.
I think I'll probably just bang down the ace king of hearts and be delighted at the results.
I was thinking he might take the finesse right now.
Oh, right. Because if South wins, the North has no entry. You're right. You are correct.
Well, the 10 of hearts gets covered.
Yep.
So
I was
no problems there. Now, King of Hearts, heart to the 9, pulls trumps.
Any plan was successful here. So now he's going to,
I think, just club to the jack.
presumably, I think he's probably going to take the first round finesse, to kind of preserve his chances to pick up the 10 in either hand. Or sorry, to pick up the 10 in the south hand, yeah. Or he just asks.
4 imps going the way of Fleischer. And this looks like a reasonable result in the other room. They do find their club fit and get to the slam. 7 makes on the spade finesse.
Yeah. Even if South leads the ace of hearts, you still need the spade finesse because it's not quite enough pitches.
Yeah, so 2 diamonds, 18 to 19 balanced.
Yeah, this is a method that seems to be very popular in France and not that popular anywhere else in the world.
I think we've seen it a couple of times from pairs in this event, but yes, I do agree that most partnerships are not playing this.
Yeah, I think it was like popular in the US, a very long time ago, but has long since fallen out of favor.
So what's 2 hearts? Are you familiar with this?
I'm not, no. I think if any of the kibitzers know what the East-West system is over their shoe diamonds, please message one of us. We would love to hear it.
I'm going to deconstruct on the fly. 2 hearts is a artificial game force.
Well, I'm also wondering, is 2 diamonds any other possibilities besides
no, it's
18
just
to 19
18
balanced?
to 19.
Well, then how does East make, what's East negative? You don't want maybe 3 clubs because you certainly don't want 2-0 to be your negative. So now East has the ability to Q-bid 3 hearts, which is nice.
Yes. I've been told that 2 hearts is 4 or more spades.
Okay, that makes sense too. So West now having shown presumably a good heart holding with his redouble has to decide whether to bid 3-0 trump because his hearts are not really slam suitable or bid something else because his 3 aces are quite slam suitable.
Yeah, well, So we know East is very short in hearts, right? That's effectively what the 3 heart bid shows. West,
Which could be a singleton rather than a
yeah.
void, of
Now
course.
West could bid 3 spades. I imagine he's already denied 4-card support.
I'm not sure because you might, maybe this partnership's approach is to redouble anytime they have a holding like this in case these can pass. You certainly want to be able to punish those lead directing doubles when possible.
Okay, so he's bid 3 now.
Yeah, so he does just bid 3-no trump. I think East is going to bid 4 clubs here. He's not happy with 3-no trump, and he, even with some wastage, has to be concerned about missing not necessarily 6 clubs, but 5 clubs if partner's hard holding is something more like King 9.
Yeah, I suspect you're right, but that redouble might slow East down a bit. You're probably still correct that he might expect 5 clubs to be safe, and so pulling 3-no trump doesn't really have any adverse effects.
Yeah, I think it depends on how tenuous West hearts can be for that redouble. Yeah, here he does just pass playing West for a strong heart holding like the one he holds, and this will be comfortable, but of course lose a lot of imps for the slam bid at the other table.
Right.
3-no trump here will not be taxing.
Yeah, and it's really the strength of the 10-card fit, because if West had even a 5-card heart suit and 1 fewer club, then 6 clubs is a pretty bad spot to be in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the option of the other table that was more
Maybe
effective.
that's not true. Hold on, I take that all back. Actually, needing either to bring the clubs home with the 9-card fit or the spade finesse probably is a worthwhile slam to be in.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, because you have all the club spots, so you pick up singleton queen without having to guess. If you're off queen jack fourth, it would be a little worse because you might have to guess after an honor drops. Yeah, so the other room, it looks like they had a precision auction starting with a club. So a club, a heart, 1-no trump, which strongly suggested it was precision since West has 18. And then, East bid 2 clubs followed by 3 clubs to show a game force with long clubs. West was delighted to raise that to 4, and a couple of Q-bids later, there they were. 4 hearts by East Q-bid, 4 spades by West Q-bid, and East just bid the slam.
yeah, nice for the strong club pairs that they get a little bit more room on these hands. 13 tricks. That feels like a lot. Oh.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Yeah,
11, 12. If
they
really
just have
did
13. South got squeezed in the red
Is there a
suits.
squeeze? Yeah, right.
Okay, well, 9 imps going the way
Yeah.
of a Moyles on that one. 2 boards to play in the set. Or 9 imps going the way of Fleischer? No, a Moyles. Okay. I'm back with you, everyone. 2 spade opener by North.
Yeah, if you have the other table tab up, you have to remember which way to put the imps.
That's exactly what my problem was. But here we do see Joe Groot opening 2 spades and kind of going along with what I was mentioning earlier. They do like to have kind of sounder preamps in general for their opening bids.
Yeah. So do we know if 2-no trump is kind of more of an August style, asking for hand quality, or a feature ask? Because I think if dwarf is 3 hearts, that won't tell us the answer to that question.
Yeah, it is. It looks like August. Yeah, but it's a very, very modified August. So 3 diamonds.
Yeah, but I think if you're
3 diamonds shows a medium hand.
Interesting. Okay. Well, that certainly seems spot on. So South's 3-no here is choice of games, because if he wanted to unilaterally decide 3-no is the spot, he would have just bid it around earlier. So I think North is probably going to pull, but 3-no looks better to me here, given the red suit weakness.
Yeah, you think North will pull based on the stiff club, and he does.
Yeah, so this is probably still okay. Well, no, they were just down off the top on a diamond rough.
Yeah. And is East going to lead the ace of diamonds? He very well might.
I think this is an attractive auction for that kind of lead where you know all the strength is going to be in
Mm-hmm.
South. I mean, a club is possible, but the ace of diamonds just seems like a simpler route to taking a fourth trick. Partner could just have the king jack of diamonds also instead of the rough
Yeah, and
being
I
the
think East
defense.
probably can work out a lot about what's going on in North's hand, where he's now pulled 3 no to 4 spades.
Right.
He's got to have shortness somewhere. It looks like it's in clubs, so clubs is not the lead we want to make.
Yeah. I mean, possibly even just a club void, and a club is a free finesse if South had ace queen.
Yeah, now it's possible Declare goes down if we lead hearts. So it's not as if Declare has necessarily made the contract on a heart lead yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he probably still would go down, right? Because he could take one club finesse to pitch a diamond, but then he just has an entry for a second heart play.
Well, he can take a club finesse to pitch a heart and then pull trumps, hooking West for the spade queen,
Oh, right.
and then knock out the ace king of diamonds and make
And then he
it.
would
But
lose. Right. Yeah, I mean, he also might just choose to take a roughing finesse in clubs, since that's more tricks when it does
yeah,
work.
well, North South are now playing with the house's money on this one, given the result in the other room. 3 spades went down a
Wow.
trick on ace of diamonds, diamond rough, and then presumably a misguess in the trump suit.
Yeah, playing Yeast for the trump length since he's
Yeah.
short in diamonds. Did Declare take a first round finesse, or did he play the ace king hoping the spades had been 3-2?
I did not click through the whole. I looked
with.
at the opening lead. He just played for the remaining
Yeah,
trumps
he
to
did
split.
play. Yeah. Yeah, seems quite reasonable.
Well, long thought from East, and I mean, this is an important opening lead, of course. Will determine the fate of the game. I think if he leads a heart, Declare probably is going to make the contract. That would be my guess.
Maybe, although isn't the club roughing finesse more attractive because you get 3 club tricks that way when it works, and you only get 2 by taking the normal finesse?
Yeah, but you don't really have entries to make use of all of that because you would need clubs 4-4 to actually score 3 club tricks. It's not so clear. Yeah,
Because you can't cast them after drawing trumps because you have
so
no entry.
it's not entirely clear how things are going. Now, even if East leads a heart, the defense can still beat this. West could fly the heart ace on the first round. It looks a little bit unnatural to me to fly the ace of hearts, but they could still get their diamond rough that way.
Mhm. Yeah, and so playing third and fifth, you might do it for the wrong reason, since the deuce could be jack fifth, and you don't want to declare to score a stiff
Oh,
king
that's
of
true.
hearts.
Also, actually, I don't know why I've been harping on this. I think West will just fly the ace of hearts because East could be leading from king third. So
Oh, that too. Yeah.
okay. Someone needs to ground me on some of this because I've missed that possibility. I'm just staring at like the ace 10-9 and East having jack third and being like, oh, they can set up 2 heart tricks by leading low to the 10 on the first round. Maybe Toma will save us this sweat if he. Oh,
What? All right, I'm dying to know what's happening
Hey, if
here.
South pulls to 4 no trump and plays it there and makes 10 tricks, this is going to be quite the story.
I guess I would be very surprised if South took a call
I
here.
would too. This feels like a long pause before the undos come through.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, there are some positions where the operator, just like because the operator can see all four hands, of course, and you know, decides that they know what's going to happen and puts in an action prematurely. But this does not seem like that kind of
No,
position to
and
me.
I think the undo would have come out much earlier if the operator suspected all pass and then we actually got a long tank. I'm.
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder, like, is it maybe South Pass and West was thinking about
Mhm.
doubling, and the operator didn't realize that the auction had not ended. I guess that's
I mean, that would
possible,
also be a
but
very strange double, but
that's
yes, it's.
yeah, yes, exactly. Like, just trying to throw things out there because otherwise this is just totally impossible to read.
Fair point.
So, meanwhile, the other table has finished after a slower start. They had that slam on board one that was a quiet game here, which slowed them down, but they ended up lapping this table
Yeah.
comfortably.
The pace of play has definitely slowed, I think, all thanks to entirely this hand.
Yeah, I think there have been a lot of decisions at both tables, and both teams have handled them very well. But there's
Mhm.
been a lot to think about. Like East West had that very difficult hand after Crew and Moss had their light precision pre-interference. They opened and responded when
Right.
East West had a
Yeah.
slam. And a few other tricky positions, and a lot of tricky card play positions that these players have handled really well. Like overall, I think this has been a really well played segment.
I agree, which is much less fun than the previous set.
Yeah, as the week goes on, the play rates to get stronger and stronger as it's only the really great
Yeah.
players remaining.
That's a good point. I mean, look, as a spectator, I do want to see good bridge being played. I also want to see 20 plus imp swings on every board.
Yeah. Yeah, those are not really compatible
No.
with the other results.
No, unfortunately not.
I'm not sure when the last time I saw a 20 plus imp swing in a high level match was. Like 17 to 19, yeah, 20 plus. It's been a while. And I guess that you really need it to be like numbers at both tables or a slam at one table and going minus for a number into your own slam at the other.
Was it in the Bermuda Bowl? There was definitely a hand where both sides made slam on the same board. One of them doubled.
Yeah, that's true, actually. I think I might have seen that, or you might have shown it to me. Yeah, that can happen, particularly there's a lot of
Yeah.
voids floating around.
So it's definitely possible, but of course very unusual.
And actually, very often when that happens, is slam doubled at one table and like fluke slam bid and made at the other. Like sometimes it
Yeah,
didn't
exactly.
save. But that actually, like, I don't want to say that's common, but in the context of 20 plus imp swings, that's a very common way for it to happen.
Well, we're still sitting here.
I say, yeah, Danny points out the obvious conclusion that the director is involved.
I guess that makes sense. I mean, so I'm trying to replay in my mind what the director call could be about. Was South slow about the 3-no bid, and that's what's going on, and now North is, oh boy. Well,
It's possible, or like a lead out of turn is unlikely, but it does happen at this level. So we are seeing the result as four spades.
yeah, we do
down
have the play
one.
record. So the East led a club at trick 1, declare a misguessed by flying ace and taking the club finesse the other direction, and
Right.
then after another round of clubs got roughed, declare just didn't. Yeah, declare just didn't have enough discards, so eventually lost 3 red tricks.
Yeah, I wonder, like maybe it was something where there was some tempo about the club plays that Declare felt like he wanted to get a director's opinion on, whether he was led astray inadvertently.
Yeah. Well, we see a quick auction to 4 hearts so far. East opening a spade, South finding the 2 heart overcall, West making the preemptive raise, and North.
Yeah, here six hearts is going to make with the hearts and clubs coming in. Well, you don't even need the clubs to come in because of the diamond suit.
Yeah, but it's not that comfortable of a spot. You're going to need to pick up this heart holding for no losers, and then you can take your 12 tricks, but...
Yeah, and the defense can lead a club also and, force you to draw trumps and claim immediately or to decide to take the finesse. Here will be, I think, a relatively easy 12 tricks. Declare I'll just win whatever he does here and, play the ace king of hearts, not really caring what happens since he has the diamond suit and the ace of clubs entered dummy.
That seems reasonable. I mean, maybe Declare could lead a heart to the jack right now, kind of protecting against queen third of hearts on side.
Yeah, but you can just, you can also just play king ace of hearts and hope the diamonds are no worse than 3-2 when hearts don't split, and then you get 1 pitch, but you'll still make 10 tricks.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like 11 tricks that way as well. It's all just about over tricks at this point, but the other table did make 12, and I don't think any line of play Declare takes is going to take fewer than 12.
Yeah. Yeah, your hypothetical heart to the 8 here is going to work out in the same way since he says Queen Doubleton. But yeah, it's true that the heart to the 8 kind of guarantees 11 tricks, because when it loses, West can return a trump and you claim, or we can return not a trump and you get your referee spade high.
Well,
anyway, we're about to see a claim here.
That doesn't seem like the right play from South, but yes, we should see a claim of 12 tricks. And
that does seem like that's probably not
right,
really
well,
happened.
A bit of a tame end to this segment after we got off to a blazing fast
curious.
start.
So we will see. So the margin now is officially 41 imps, but I would suspect that if Danny's right about there being a direct call on the previous board, given how long it took, wouldn't be surprised if we see an appeal, so that score may change. Danny's saying real score is 84-52, so there was an adjustment.
Oh no, there was an adjustment to board 29. Okay, well,
presumably if there's 11 more imps in the
in the column for Moyles. Got it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Craig. I will see you back here in about an hour and 20 minutes.
I'm going to go do a couple of errands, so we'll decide at the break whether we're going to stick with this match or watch someone else play. Thank you to all the kibitzers for joining us. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, chat. This is really important, actually, about the score correction, because as you can see, currently Fleischer has won this segment by 6. But if there really is a score correction on board 29, where now 4 spades is making or something, I don't know exactly what happened, then Amoyles has won this segment. And so I don't know who to give the prediction to. I think what I'm going to do is hold it until we get confirmation about what happened in the segment. But you know what I should do? I should turn me back on. Hello. I am back. Welcome back, me. So I think I'm going to hold the prediction for a sec. And when I return from lunch, I will scam half of the chat, because it looks like we had about a 50-50 split on who won the segment. I will think about it. Check the scorecard. Okay. I will pull up Bridge Winners scoreboard. So that looks like 24 for Fleischer and 27 for Moyles. Everyone is gonna feel scammed. But okay, this seems fair. 17? 17? Oh my god. Oh, I almost clicked the wrong thing. It's 17, yeah? 17 for Moyles, 24 for Fleischer. Wait, so does that mean there was no score correction? I'm confused now. No, the math just isn't adding up in any way. Because originally Fleischer won by 6, but now they've won by 7. All right, I trust Bridge Winners. Bridge Winners has my back. So Fleischer has won the segment. Congrats to Fleischer bettors. I am going to go get some food, lunch, and we will be back in about an hour and 15 minutes. So thanks for tuning in, y'all, and I will see you all in a little bit. Yes, you can sue if the score gets corrected, but all right, I'll be back in about an hour and a half.